Roll call, jump and wave. Roll call, jump and wave. There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Roll call, jump and wave. Roll call, jump and wave. There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Roll call, jump and wave. Roll call, jump and wave. There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Happy Friday to our new subscribers. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Really appreciate each and every one. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week as usual, and looking forward to a wonderful and productive weekend. Hope those who have to work this weekend, work will not be hectic for you. Tonight's topic is 10 days to go for deliverance. And your host tonight, as usual, it's Baron and Anne-Marie. Just remember, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated. Let me just welcome those who are in the chat. Sonia Foster was here earlier. Happy Saturday to you over in the UK. Truck Life, happy Friday. Thank you so much, as usual, for tuning in. Tiffany,
All right.
enough love and respect, Tiffany. Thank you so much for tuning in. It was earlier, but I guess she will come back if she's not here right now. Colleen Stewart saying, bless up, Mystic and all. Blendan, welcome.
Blessings.
RJ waving as usual, welcome. Love, blessings. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Montague James, welcome. Ned Ball, Cynthia B saying, thank God it's Friday. There is a natural mystic sensation flowing through the air. Carla Ebanks, Donna Williams, Sweet P, happy Friday. Anthony R, welcome. Don Mel. Ricardo says he's here early tonight. Okay, welcome. Charmaine Livermore, welcome. Noel Baugh, Anthony, Sonia Bird, welcome. Fitzroy Palmer, Muriel King. Like up the live as you come in, everyone. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Patricia Robinson, Lyris Beckford, Audrey Cook, Jenny Ewan, Anif Dawkins, welcome. Witches Brew. Thank you.
Blessings.
Vincent Graham, Keith Salmon, The Truth, welcome. It'll be 90 minutes to 60 minutes. Okay, then. Evan, welcome. Deborah, Jenny, Patricia, Donette Wainwright, welcome. Happy Friday. So without any further delays, I am going to hand over to Baron and do a bit of housekeeping. They're a bit...
All right.
The wire.
Thank you, honey, again for that wonderful precursor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big thanks for our subscribers, and for those who are continuing to follow us, right? That providing us the strength and the courage to go on. Now, 10 days for deliverance. And so then we are in that final 100-meter stretch. And as a result of that, we can't let anything slip. we are ready, right? And we are strong and we are confident. Let me repeat that. We are ready, strong, and confident that we are going to take local government, right, election, right, by a landslide. And I don't care what any other pollster want to say, right? We know the energy that we are getting on the ground, right? And we have seen the panic, right? And we have seen so-called blue dot poll trying to use reverse psychology or psychology in reverse, right, to dampen our spirit. But let me say this, right, that the comrade spirit cannot be dampened, right? And we are confident than ever before, right? And so then we are going to, of course, as it relates to the local government election debate yesterday, we are going to get into that and break it down a bit. There's no two-way that the opposition candidate, the candidate that represent the opposition side, right, they were well measured, right, on point as it relates to answering, right, the questions as asked, and they answered those questions on point, as opposed to the incumbent candidate for local government candidacy, right, going around, right, the shrimmers and skipping around, diversion and all of that. And one of the things as it relates to the debate, one of the faults that I'm going to find with the debate, and I hope that they correct it when it comes to our general election. What I want to see some time allotted for facts check. Some time must be allotted as it relates to both local government general election and general election debate, so that they can be facts checked. And if we have that session of facts check, what we heard as it relates to the local government debate, we wouldn't have heard some of that, right? They would be careful, because most of what, right, they stated were lies as it relates to the Jamaican Labour Party. And I make sure that I research the evidence to come tonight to show, right, all of us that they were lying and going around. But kudos, right, to the opposition, 3 candidates, right? They had done well as it relates to, answering the questions as it relates to the specificity of the question. And I give them kudos for that. They articulate that very well. So then we know very well that, of course, the opposition candidates on a mission to definitely deliver service. Without any further ado, my subscribers, ado, let me correct that. Without any further ado, because it seems like it's coming off ado, right? So without any further ado, right, let me play, right, and ladies and gentlemen, what I did for the portion of the debate that I am very interested in is checks and balance, right? The corruption factor, right? And so then that is the snippet of the local government debate that I am going to show, and then we're going to break it down, and I'm going to come with facts as it relates to the local government debate. So without any further ado, right, let me just play that clip for you, and we get into it to take a bite out of that. All right, honey. Question on a road improvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just go ahead and share.
In PNP, there are perennial complaints about deplorable parochial roads. How will you ensure the improvement and maintenance of these roads?
Thank you for that question. Let me start by saying the GLP voted against additional resources to fix roads. My colleague was sitting in the hall at the time. Our roads are in the worst condition ever. And it is the reason why the PNP administration will seek that 2% of central government budget to be able to provide the service that the Jamaican people so richly desire. What we will do is to be inclusive, to get those persons at the table so they can participate. Participatory democracy eluded them and will continue to do so. What you're hearing is a lot of fluff. But we are committed through legislation, through participatory democracy, to get persons on board so we can solve the problem of poor infrastructure.
The Jamaican people deserve much better. We have been struggling for a number of years with poor parochial roads. Our farmers, our workers, people even in our towns have to be wearing one shoes come out of the yard and one shoes to come out of the gate. It's a terrible situation for all. The next PNP-led administration is going to ensure that, one, we remove the corruption that takes place in contracts and contract allocations so that there's more funding available to spend on those roads. We are committing ourselves to fix scheme roads and have them brought onto the roster of municipal roads, all scheme roads that were built before 1995. Because people in scheme roads pay their taxes and are law-abiding citizens as well. We are committed to finding new technology and new ways of building our roads, because our roads, as it is now, are not built to last. When
Thank
you build
you so
a
much,
road,
Team JLP. Your rebuttal?
Let me address, first of all, the matter of corruption. The corruption perception index was highest under the People's National Party. And the most recent one is lowest under the Jamaica Labour Party. So let me just address that first. The question was about roads. With regards to roads, prior to 2016, I believe the Minister of Local Government provided central government provided.
Okay.
All right.
So stop sharing that one.
No. For now, we go get back to it.
Okay.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hold it there as it relates to what he said, indicating to the public that under the PNP, the corruption turn up, and the corruption is the highest. And under the GLP, the corruption is the lowest. So obviously, I think that this gentleman does not have his facts correct. And so then I am going to make sure that we tonight correct his facts. We are going to show the document as it relates to the corruption index that he had spoken about. And this is what I'm talking about, the disinformation, the misinformation, and that is the reason why Mystic Sensation is saying that they should have a session, a period of fact check. Then the public would know right then and there, right, that he was lying. Now, so two things about it. When the index show the 30% fall to 30, right? Under the Jamaica Labour Party, it's either one, he doesn't understand what the index is saying, or number two, he deliberately know what the index is saying and deliberately lie. So without any further ado, let me show the index and for this gentleman to correct himself and have the public corrected. And people, I wanted to share this in terms of Mystic Sensation correcting this gentleman. Without any further ado, let us show the corruption index that this man has it totally wrong, right? Misinformation and disinformation. Without any further ado, let us show the document. Yes, Jamaica Corruption Index. So when we play it, we will play it over. Yep.
Okay, let me just make sure it's sharing.
We want people to see it. It goes from top. Pull it from top. Okay. So here it is. And let me make this gentleman understand what this is saying, because obviously, right, he's not understanding what this is saying. Jamaica Corruption Index. Jamaica scored 44 points out of 100 on the 2023 Corruption Perception Index reported by Transparency International. Corruption index in Jamaica averaged 38.38 points from 1998 until 2023, reaching, let me tell this gentleman, reaching an all-time high of 44 points in 2017 and a record low of 30 points in 2009. What is it saying when it measured the index, right? The Corruption Perception Index ranks countries and territories based on how corrupt their public sector is perceived to be. A country or territory score indicates the perceived level of public sector corruption on a scale of 0, gentlemen, please note, highly corrupt, to 100, very clean. So where Jamaica actually 44, actual previous 44, highest 44, lowest 30, 30, and the lowest 30 was 2009. Let us go back and correct what you have said. Here it is, and a record low of 30 points in 2009 simply means that the Jamaica Labour Party, right, the corruption index is the worst. So this is for your correction, sir. Here it is, right? The low of 30 points in 2009. Let us look who was the Prime Minister in 2009. Past Prime Minister office.
So I can get rid of this now? Are you going
Yes.
to go back to it?
Yeah, get rid of that.
You're not going to go
No.
back to it? Okay.
I'm going to go back to the
The previous
yes.
one. Okay. It's not sharing. Hold on, let me share it.
So let us share it. Let us share it and show the gentleman. Right? Who was the Prime Minister in 2009?
Okay.
Right?
Okay. There you go.
So here it is. Honorable Orek Bruce Golden, 2007 to 2011. So, sir, I want to see this. That under the Jamaica Labour Party, right? Based on the index, the Jamaica Labour Party, right, has the worst corruption, falling to 30 under the index. So take that away. Let us go back to the local government debate and replay again what he said so that the people can know that he's a liar. Yes, and go back to the clip. So let us, since we corrected that lie, right? That disinformation, that misinformation. Let us go back now and listen to the liar. So we all know that he lied, right? Yes.
Provided to local government, I believe a sum of 9.
Click back a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
And the most recent one is lowest under the Jamaica Labour Party. So let me just address that first. The question was about roads. With regards to roads, prior to 2016, I believe the Minister of Local Government provided central government provided to local government, I believe, a sum of 19 million to do roads, apart from what we get from our parochial revenue fund. Last year, Minister Nigel Clark provided local government with over $100 million to do roads. I earlier mentioned the Spark program. Spark is $40 billion over 2 years to do community roads. My friends on that side keep speaking platitudes. We have an actual program that will start in April. It is not a promise. The funds are in place and it will start in April. They have told us nothing about what they will do.
Okay, you know, when you look in St. James, I can give you communities after community. Providence, we have roads built, not even rehabilitated, roads built, Barrett Town, going through to Salt Spring, and we now have super highways.
All right, thank you so much.
I chose Wix for my business because of
All right. So there it is as it relates to Jenny. Should I shame on themselves? Yes, because I mean, when we talk about, right, and that is one of the reasons why we said that, right, that, you know, these debates, right, you need to have someone that deal with spontaneous facts check, right? Because most of what they are saying. Now, when they're talking about the roads, right, and as it relates to, you know, they are working on roads, we know very well that nearing the election, they are throwing out all what they need to throw out, and at the end of it, right, putting thin layer of Baba Green on those roads. So when the rain fall, what is going to happen, right? So there is no, you know, structural planning as it relates to what they are doing, right? It's a mess, right? And now they are here telling a lot of lies. Now, let us go to the corruption that we are talking about as it relates to the level of corruption and the predicament what the Jamaica Labour Party is in today. They will go through all means necessary, right, to tell lies, right, to spread their propaganda, to do all of that because of the level of corruption. Now, let us show you and show the Jamaican people in the diaspora, right, locally, right, how the corruption turned. Now, the IC, the Integrity Commission, had sent some reports to Parliament. And for Parliament to review those reports, right, and go through the appropriate procedure as it relates to even what Juliet Onus, right, stated, right, that Parliament has to review first. And now those reports, let me say this, people, headed up by Juliet Onus. So let us look and see what is happening as it relates to those reports. And this is the heights of corruption. Now, Jamaican people, right? When you have the Prime Minister is talking about transparency, there is no transparency, no checks and balance, as corrupt to the core. Now, without any further ado, right, we are going to go to the Jamaican Gleaner to highlight what is happening as it relates to the Integrity Commission, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So stand by for that one as we break them down for you.
Okay. There you go.
All right. You okay?
Mhm.
All right. Editorial speaker should fix IC error. Published Monday, February 5th, 2024. If the House of Representatives sat tomorrow, it would be a fortnight since the Integrity Commission, IC, announced its submission of its latest investigation report to Parliament. That is more than enough time for the document to have been tabled. In fact, there is no valid reason why that did not happen on January 22, the day after the IC sent the report to the legislature. Now, let me tell you something. The reason why Juliet Onus is not tabling that report because he wanted to wait until the local government election, right? Because if people have the information as it relates to what the Integrity Commission sent to Parliament, then that will affect them. And this is what we talk about. You understand the art of corruption. Andrew Holness, as a Prime Minister, under the eyes of the Integrity Commission, and here his wife, right, as the Speaker of the House, is interrupting with the investigation to flow, interrupting with the flow of investigation. So let us read on. For that matter, there is no logic for not immediately tabling the reports of any kind sent to Parliament by the IC. Well, Juliet must know what she's hiding, because obviously she's hiding something. In the circumstance, Speaker Juliet Onus should revisit and overturn her ruling last November for the tabling of investigative reports as soon as possible. She said that after they are received, and for others to be first reviewed by the House Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. So here it is that Juliet Onus now is going back on her own words, right? Going back on her own policy. Now let us read on. Such an action by the Speaker would show Ms. Onus as having the capacity for reflection and to admit to error. But more important would be its value to transparency and as a against the perception of Jamaica as a country steeped in corruption, where the government wants to control the flow of certain information from the IC to the public. This is ultimately wrong. This Jamaica Labour Party government, right, being corrupted, and not only being corrupted, suppressing the information, don't want the public to know. There is also a view that some government legislators are intent on weakening the IC, which everybody knows is Warmington. Edward Warmington, who is disrespectful, the most despicable politician, want to take away prosecutorial powers from the Integrity Commission because obviously he knows that he is corrupted. So then what sort of government that is leading our sweet, sweet Jamaica? What sort of government that is using our treasury to sweeten their pockets and we are not to know? What sort of government mix and mingle in the height of corruption, and yet want us to vote for them. What sort of government having his MP setting up setting up companies and awarding contracts to themselves? This government is a disgrace to Jamaica. This perspective of Jamaica is likely to have contributed to the island remaining stuck on a score of 44 on Transparency International 2023 Corruption Perception Index, meaning that it is in a zone where countries are considered to have serious problems with corruption. The TI score countries from 0 to 100, where 100 suggests that a country has no problem with public corruption. The Integrity Commission is Jamaica's leading anti-corruption agency. It monitors the wealth of legislators and certain public officials and policies, the award and implementation of government contracts. But no people, they want to get rich, and the backs of Jamaican poor people want to get rich, mighty rich, and the backs of the poor people. You have members of parliament in 2016, when they becomes members of parliament, they did not have no form of companies, and all of a sudden, most of these members of parliament have companies where contracts been routing through, where contracts have given to their friends, the nepotism, the cronyism, and the skullduggery. This must stop. This Jamaica Labour Party is corrupted to the core. Just imagine if Jamaica, right, was this corrupt. We would have been in maybe similar position as Singapore. But a likes like Andrew Holness, a hypocrite like Andrew Holness, a liar and a deceiver, corrupted to the core, we have situations where we stall on the index at 44. Until late last year, all reports by the IC investigative or otherwise, as well as those by the Auditor General, were tabled in Parliament immediately after their receipt. Ms. Holness's predecessor, Marissa Dalrymple-Filbert, initiated efforts to change that. First, with the reports from the Auditor General, she grants for a previously unused section of the Financial Administration and Audit Act to require that reports of all audits of government public bodies by the AUG be subject to a 2-month hiatus before being tabled. Now, this is vicious. Now, people, let me tell you, just imagine these people asked us to vote for them. They are going to protect our interests. And here it is, after they pilfered from our treasury, they are saying that we have no right to know that they are pilfering our treasury, putting up obstacles like 2 months hiatus before being tabled, right? And all these bulls that has never happened before. Andrew Holness under investigation, and possibly one of the 6, and his wife sits, right? His wife is there as the Speaker of the House, not to do the country's work, not to have justice. The primary reason for her being there is to protect her husband and her husband affiliates. Then, people, it is clear that our parliament has now gone into Andrew Holness' personal bedroom. So then if Mrs. Holness wake up in the morning and decided, Husband, don't worry yourself. I will make sure that these reports don't get out there. She's definitely protecting her husband and other members of parliament as it relates to her husband's statutory declaration cannot be certified. What other reasons for Mrs. Onus to use all sorts of clause, to come up with all sorts of obstacles, to prevent the public from knowing? And while doing so, there she is on the campaign trail, her husband on the campaign trail, asking Jamaican people to vote for them. Now tell me, and yet they are looking down on the Jamaican people, right? Treating them like dunce, and indeed, many of them are dunce who are following the Jamaican Labour Party. This is what they need to see. This is the clear sight of corruption, right? So let us read. Previously used section of the Financial Administration and Audit Act to require that reports of all audits of government public bodies by the AUG be subject to a 2-month just before being tabled. This is vicious to the Jamaican people. And yet you have 3 of their members, as it relates to the debate, talking about, right, participatory democracy, right? Come on. They are hypocrites, liars. This was to provide the portfolio minister time to respond to the findings. However, it is normal for officials of these agencies and departments to be aware of the audits while they are being done and to be provided the opportunity to provide rebuttals to negative findings prior to the completion of the reports. Apparently, Mr. Rimper-Filbert felt that the existence of the ICOC meant that the committee should first review IC reports before the General Parliament and the public had sight of them. But while this controversy was being played out, Mr. Rimper-Filbert resigned her speakership and parliamentary seat after an IC investigative report accused her of misuse of a government incentive program that gives public officials duty rebates on their motor vehicles. And that's all they want to do. Sit in the parliament, you understand, to rob the treasury. Rob the treasury. They are not doing any service to the Jamaican people. Ms. Onus, supported by the parliamentary council's interpretation of 2 pieces of legislation, the Attorney General's office apparently did not share the position. Push through with the decision with respect to when reports by the Auditor General are tabled. Regarding reports from the IC, Ms. Onus ruled that its annual reports and any special reports, it does that were specifically commissioned by Parliament, would in line with Ms. Rimper-Filbert's plan, first go to the ICOC and then tabled. Then, this is what I'm saying, breaking down parliamentarian norms. What used to happen before Andrew Holness get in? What used to happen before Andrew Holness get in? So people, if you don't know, let me tell you, right? When the report reached into Parliament, there was no hesitation in tabling it. That was the culture. But Andrew Holness knew very well from 2006 to 2009, right, that he was under investigation. So his interest to change the culture of Parliament, changing the norms of Parliament. This is criminal behavior. Investigation reports, which often deal with complaints of failing to follow rules and procurement, the management of contracts, or other potential corrupt actions, would be tabled as soon as possible after receipt by the Parliament, having regard to the serious nature of the matters that are contained therein. There was no specific definition of as soon as possible. Further, these reports are to be reviewed by officers of Parliament, which presumably refers to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the Clerk of Parliament. It was never made clear if all 3 were required to read the reports, if timeline were set for this to be done, and what the officers were expected to do once they were acquainted with the information in the documents, which, as the IC's chairman, former president of the Court of Appeal, Seymour Panton, reminded they have no power to amend or edit it. So thank you, Seymour. Thank you, Mr. Panton, to let them know that they have no power to amend or edit. But because what? Because what? The seeds of allegation of corruption as it relates to Andrew Holness and members of parliament, right? They are doing everything to hide their corruption. To hide their corruption. Jamaican people, for people who want to vote for Jamaica Labour Party, are you not seeing this? I am presenting this document for you to read the obvious corruption. For the 63% of persons who have been waving their mind. When I show something like this, this is the obvious corruption that we are fighting. We are fighting as syndicates, right? A government syndicate that deals with corruption in the highest order. And in Jamaica, if we allow them to continue, it is going to be peril on us. The only practical value of the exercise, no doubt unwittingly, is to delay any serious debate of the findings in these documents, or if so recommended, their transmission to other agencies for action. In instances where an identified offense may be outside the jurisdiction of the Integrity Commission Act for prosecution, the bodies to which an investigation report may be sent include the police, the director of public prosecution, or government department or agencies whose systems were impacted. It is better if they can act quickly. Now, take it away. Let me talk to my people. Now, my people, in spite all of the obvious corruption that I have just shown us, in spite of that, one of the things, this is the worst government in Jamaica's history. Jenny, big up yourself. 100% true. Now, they are not hiding their corruption. Serene Sue, does any of the corrupted politicians know the national pledge? Oh my God, they have no moral compass. So when we see things like these, right, there shouldn't be any doubt who we need to vote for on February 26th. Who we need to vote for. There should be no doubt in any of our minds. There should be no contemplation. It is clear as day. And so then, one of the persons who saved Jamaica on the corruption index again is Mark Golden, who created draft the Integrity Commission Act to save Jamaica. So what could be the question surrounded Mark Golden? If Mark Golden is worthy to be the Prime Minister. Mark Golden is ensuring that checks and balance put in place. The Integrity Commission Act, right, that gets into law 2017. Mark Golden, right, is the person who deal with that act, right? And so then when we look now and see that for the very same reasons that Mark Golden had created the Integrity Commission Act, now what you have, this government want to trample on it. But when we go further on, we are going to see the real corruption. Andrew Holness, without a doubt, my people, regardless of his articulation, don't watch that. Andrew Holness is a deceiver from hell. Andrew Holness is Beelzebub, Satan, right, and angel. Now, I am going to show you something in terms of how Andrew Holness and his minions on TikTok want to try to mislead the people of Jamaica. And I am going to make sure that none of them pass without being fact-checked. Right, Janet Jones? Mark has his father reputation as guidance for his integrity. Thank you, JJ, for that. Now, I am going to play a clip, right, and show you the lies and the viciousness that is out there spreading its wings. Remember, Andrew Holness said, when they go low, then they should go high. But we just know that it is only word of mouth. Just word of mouth. Now, look at this clip, my people, of these two minions spreading their rumors on TikTok. So without any further ado, let us just find that clip for you. And we are going to get hotter tonight when we're revealing other things. Coming up, coming up, coming up.
1 sec, guys.
We have so many clips to go through, so right, we want to just find the right one. Just bear some patience with us. We are coming up.
Give me a second, guys.
Which is? All right, so we found it. So we are going to play that.
Okay, let me just share it.
All right. So wife will be sharing that.
Brother. And one thing why I respect Andrew Holness even more is that this man is campaigning based on the vast amount of accomplishment he has done for the country, and he's not propagating any lies. You see, forget vote, and he's not bringing up certain machinations for check the people them forget vote. And the people them now for basically look into things and facts proof things and say everything what the man talk about makes sense and make them right choice. We don't want to go back in a stone age. Is it when we wonder, yo, what tomorrow could bring? You get the answer, I'm satisfied with what this man is doing. And we give thanks. So people better make the right choice and vote for keep this man so he can continue to build Jamaica and take out shame out of our eye.
Okay. So obviously, my people, we don't make those things slide. Right? And so then, if he is listening to me, I am going to correct him tonight and correct him properly. Do I agree? The Prime Minister is so corrupt, words cannot explain. He has no shame. Please, Prime Minister, do the right thing and resign. Yes, Gray, I agree with that. He needs to do the right thing and resign. So now let me back to Father Rusty and Rusty minions, because obviously those two gentlemen totally unlearned. And you know what? Delroy Henry, Mystic Sensation, Jamaican voters are going to take their money and food and radam this corrupt and destructive administration. Kanju and his cronies failed people's test miserably. So true. And then also, as it relates to what Mr. Henry said, encouraging those people to take the money from them and eat them out and vote them out. Yes, don't refuse the money. Take the money, you understand, eat them out and vote them out. Now, let us get into, and you know what? I am not going to use like ordinary bean and so forth and so forth. We are going to go to the IMF. Yes, the International Monetary Fund that defend Portia Simpson's government. One never knows who would find this document. Yes, man, they have this document. So I want to show them as it relates, and let me just give a background before I speak to those two nincompoops. Yes. Before I breathe up, let me just speak, give them a background. That in 2009, right, when Bruce Golding messed up with the IMF, right? Between 2009 and 2011, when Bruce Golding messed up with the IMF, it is Portia Simpson and Dr. Peter Phillips who take a damaged country and decided that they are going to turn it around. They are going to turn it around. And Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips turned it around. Right? And as a result of that, Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips had shaped a corridor of success, and where the people of Jamaica, the electorate, did not give Portia Simpson the chance, right, for her to have more significant input, but had now put Jamaica Labour Party in power. And each time, as the history goes to show, that whenever Jamaica Labour Party in power, what did they do? They had done everything to roll back, pull back the progress. Pull back the progress, because the truth in the people is that capitalists don't want to see democratic socialism rise, because democratic socialism defended the people, defended poor people. When Michael Manley deal with the wealth redistribution in the 70s, they did not like it. They did not like it. And so then Jamaica Labour Party, for people to know this, that they are capitalists. And let me say this as it relates to what is going on right now. It is not like United States don't see the obvious corruption, but Andrew Wallace is doing. But Andrew Wallace is a capitalist. And so then, why would they remove him? Because he is there as an instrument to ensure our poverty. So why would they move him? He is there to ensure that he kill democratic socialism. And so then, that is the reason, but for the information that I need to disseminate and educate those two nincompoops, show them what the People's National Party has done, and show the 63% of persons who did not participate in the voting process for some reason or the other, to show you today, tonight, what Portia Simpson had done, and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, had recorded Portia's effort as victorious, not Andrew Holness' effort as victorious. Right? Not Bruce Golden's effort as victorious. Not Edward Philip George Siaga. So for those who spreading their rumor, read this document with me tonight. Lift up the document, my wife. Lift it up. Let us show them.
Where did it do that? There we go.
Yeah, they seen it?
Hold on.
Okay, and is it at 200%? Because I want for them to read it. We are not going to make the Jamaica Labour Party continue with their lies and their deceit. Right? This is not Clark's economy. We need a prime minister who cares. Okay, so let us, there are those, the IMF people. Jamaica passes the 8th IMF test. And this is what? Posted by Abta Fitz-Henley, 16 June 2015. Right? So let me show you, and you, Rusty, come in class and read, because most of the time you're there in the cane field. The Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund has confirmed that Jamaica has passed the 8th consecutive tests under the 4-year Extended Fund Facility Program. This development means the IMF will disburse 40 million to Jamaica. In a press release issued this morning, the IMF is also lauding plans by the Simpson-Miller administration to achieve sustained economic growth. So when you have Terry Lampton talking about how Jamaica Labour Party have sustained growth, IMF don't know you know. IMF don't know you. Right? Andrew Holness, IMF, right, did not say to you, as it relates to you achieving sustained economic growth. Let me read over that paragraph. In a press release issued this morning, the IMF is also lauding plans by the Simpson-Miller administration to achieve sustained economic growth. The Finance Minister, Dr. Peter Phillips, announced last week that he expects a positive review from the fund today. More good news for the country economy. You hear that, Terry Langton, and you hear that then two blind mouths there. You hear this? An executive summary posted this morning on the website of the IMF stated all performance criteria have been met by Jamaica. Let me tell you now. Right? Bruce Golden failed. The only exception being the surplus balance, which was narrowly missed. According to the Washington-based multilateral, the potential for the Jamaican economy to grow in a sustained way is gradually improving, that now Andrew Holness can come talk about surplus. So when Andrew Holness now brags in about surplus, remember where it started. Let me tell Andrew Holness this. Let me tell the Labour right them this. According to the Washington-based multilateral, the potential for the Jamaican economy to grow in a sustained way is gradually improving. So too, the prospect for crucial investment being secured. On the year that Andrew Holness and the minions, the IMF statement is projecting that the country's economy will grow about 2% this fiscal year. According to the IMF, this prediction is buffered by the fact that the full year impact of lower oil prices and improvements from last year's drought are beginning to materialize. An improvement in the business climate is also being noted. The fund says reduced oil prices are expected to send inflation down faster than previously anticipated. Full marks are also being given to the similar. Oh my goodness, let me talk to you. Look here. Look here. Oh, Rusty and your friend. You see this? Full marks are also being given to the Simpson Miller administration for implementation of its economic reform agenda, which the IMF says remains in good standing. So when we are saying here that Portia Simpson carved out an economic gold mine for the Jamaican Labour Party, and where the Jamaican Labour Party and let's even want to take care of the highway from Portia Highway 2000. And just imagine, he wasn't in 2000, you know. He wasn't in 2000, he want to claim Highway 2000. Kiss me teeth, man. Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips and his technocrats have been consistently criticized by who? The parliamentary opposition for failing to craft and implement a credible plan to grow the Jamaica economy in a significant way. So yes, to say the IMF go against that with what you are saying. But the IMF disagrees. People see the evidence there. But the IMF disagrees. I'm reading back over for Rusty and him all minion. And let me show Andrew Wallace this. What you say with the opposition. All of the opposition, when you were opposition, they criticized the Portia Simpson Miller government. Future Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips and his technocrats have been consistently criticized by the parliamentary opposition because they're full of lie, they're full of propaganda, full of pasta for failing to craft and implement a credible plan to grow Jamaica economy in a significant way. Be a lie and tell. But what? The IMF do what? The IMF disagree. You can go away. So for those who are talking as if Andrew Holness, you understand, government create ideas and create policies and create plans, no create no idea, no policy, no create no plan. In the statement today, the Washington-based multilateral said authorities in Jamaica have produced a comprehensive strategy. When last Andrew Holness create a comprehensive strategy. Andrew Holness don't have no strategy. The only strategy you have a SOE. The only strategy what Andrew Holness have. As the member of parliament, set up companies, right? And where contracts being awarded to them. That is Andrew Holness' comprehensive strategy. It says a comprehensive outline has also been provided by the Simpson Miller administration regarding plans to tackle the need for macroeconomic stability and strategic investment which promote job creation. So no one to say I lie, IMF I tell. No want to say IMF is lying. Meantime, the IMF says while the dangers facing the IMF program are slowly being reduced, they remain high. The IMF says in the absence of stronger economic activity, social support for the demanding program may falter. It says external financial flows could be affected by external shocks, notably higher U.S. interest rates or changes in the petrochemical flows. Take that away. Let me look at my beautiful people. Let me look at my beautiful people. So when we are talking about, we have done our research. So when you jump on platform and you're on big campaign, you understand talking up your things and you understand going all of that. We soon talk about the income tax threshold, right? We soon tell the people what I want. Me just have wait until me catch that portion. Because you believe, say you have done something great, you have done nothing. You understand what I'm tricking the people, and I am going to show the people that you are tricking them as it relates to that income, right? All right, so we have gone through that. All right, people, I want you to stay with me because tonight we are coming up with the knowledge Okay, so without any further ado, do you find this?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I am going to show you something. As what Delroy anyway, Mystic Sensation, in my view, hold on, USA, Canada, UK, and Europe are willing to help cure the corruption affecting Jamaica. Jamaican voters first must lead the way. The time is now or never before it's late. All right, Delroy. All right, so like let's look for the next one in the meantime. But all right. Okay, so now I want to give you a base before I get into the next topic that we want to venture in. That the Prime Minister is out there, right, promising that he's going to reduce the cost of electricity. Because that is what he's promising, a lot of things, showing out all the promises. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah.
And then you had that.
Okay.
That's what you decided.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So let me just give you a background before we get into that, right? That the Prime Minister is out now promising now to reduce the cost of electricity. Anywhere the promise can come from, anywhere Andrew Wallace can find it, he's going to find it and dish it out, right? Even that he knows that he can't deliver, right? And so then you see MP going around doing some local road works and blah, blah, blah. They have never done that within 8 years. Him, Andrew Wallace, stated to us that fixing roads, you don't just spread Barbara Green like that. And now he's spreading Barbara Green all over. Andrew Wallace said, in order to have good road infrastructures, right, you need to put in culvert, big pipes, and make sure that the installation of drains, so that when you have every flow of water, it can divert it from the road and preserve those roads being built and have longer service to us. Now, all of that now gone out of the door. All of that gone through the door. Andrew wants to promise everywhere. Just tell him MP them, yo, just fling some Barbara Green pan there, so put some Barbara Green pan there. So that is Andrew Wallace. But guess what? The end result is that all what he's doing is going to come at a cost to us. And then we're going to see that, of course, GCT will start to place on some goods, right? And special consumption tax, right, will disseminate accordingly, right, to catch back certain money that they spend. Suffering the people at his cost of winning so-called local government election, in order for him not to be investigated, in order for local government not to be audited by Mark Golden, right? And so then we want to ensure that we take local government election, so then we can begin an audit. We can begin an audit in the program. All right, and reveal what needs to be revealed, because the Jamaican people need to know the art of the corruption. So now, here Andrew Wallace. So now I want to show people that Andrew Wallace is just not promising electricity just now. But look what Andrew Wallace said some time ago. Without any further ado, let us play this clip. The very same people we're talking. You show me something.
Okay. I know what you want.
All right, so let us look.
That one.
You don't have this one?
I told you that we did not. I couldn't get that one.
The one Shamar came and do?
That's one Shamar
Yeah.
did. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them going to bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promise that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That's not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generating plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
Well, all right. Andrew at the crease and Byron bowled to him a bouncers that he couldn't manage. But he make a swipe and they caught him at mid-off. So we catch it at mid-off. So people, this is all Mystic Sensation. Caught him at mid-off. Without any further ado, Andrew Holness criticized the People's National Party as it relates to bringing down the electricity costs and promised that he would have done it in 2015. Portia Simpson did not get to materialize that because she was voted out 2016. Because Andrew Holness promised all these things in 2015. And so then 8 years brought forward to today. Andrew Holness promised in 2015 that he would bring in the big companies to make the electricity more efficient and more costly for us. Now people stand by because Byron bowled him the bouncers. He take a swipe and we catch him at mid-off. Without any further ado, play this clip. President.
Okay.
We catch him at mid-off. And umpire give him the finger. So without any further ado, let I show you what the umpire did with him.
We get up to 100,000 bill already. 100,000 me get already. And me go up there, me go all boat, and then stay. Me have to pay you.
My light bill is normally be $3,000, and from $3,000 to $51,000. $51,920.
Frustrated residents of Budo, Old Harbour Bay, St. Catherine. For several of them without a job, their plight is even more unbearable.
Last month I get $46,000 and I pay $39,000. Then cut me off with $7,000 last week, Monday. JPS cut me off. I have to beg and get it and pay JPS.
Chantal Campbell says efforts to have the charges rectified have hit a dead end.
Then send a gentleman come 3 times at my house. Come look at my house. When they come and look at the house, the gentleman said to me, say, I don't see what your burning cost this money.
She adds that the last time a Jamaica Public Service worker came to assess the problem was in February. The residents also point out that there is no longer any electricity theft in the community, so they can't understand why their bills continue to surge. People's National Party candidate for Southwest St. Catherine, Dr. Kurt Wall, says while the Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, is trying to sort out these issues, there needs to be a thorough investigation into the matter.
JPS has been using the view that because the kids are home, excessive opening of the fridge and all of that cause the light bills to spike. But as one resident said, the kids are not going to school, so less uniform to wash, less uniform to iron. So it must be something else.
In a joint statement on Thursday, July 2, the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology and the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, agreed that more will be done to address customers' concerns about high electricity bills. This includes automatically investigating bills that increase or decrease by 30% or more on a month-on-month basis and communicating with customers so they better understand the circumstances. Aladdin Love for CVM Live.
All right, take it away. When I said I caught him at mid-off. No, we don't have that big company that he promised. Mr. Morris Williams, Mr. Sensation, you are behind time. Deliverance took place in 1980. Remember, Siaga got 1 cent to jingle in our pockets then. Oh, of course, Morris, of course. Now, people, the pressure, right, is on. And so then we're going to play one more clip and then we speak. Now, without any further ado, right, play that clip.
The Jamaica Public Service Company is the sole provider of electricity in Jamaica, but the company's history of high energy costs and the lack of competition has left many Jamaicans struggling to pay their bills.
$40,000 we have to pay for light bill every month.
A Jamaica Public Service we are talking about. From last year, we are telling you they are the biggest thief them in Jamaica. In the worst and the gunman them.
In this video, we'll shine a light on the dark side of the Jamaica Public Service Company, discussing the impact of high energy costs on Jamaican households and exploring potential solutions to end the company's monopoly. The beginnings of the Jamaica Public Service Company. The JPS was founded in 1925 as a private company. Over the years that followed, it has been subjected to numerous changes in ownership and regulation. Currently, ownership of the JPS is divided between the Jamaican government and a consortium of foreign investors, including Marubeni Corporation of Japan and Korea East-West. Power Company Limited of South Korea. The Jamaican government only holds a 19.9% stake in the company, while the foreign investors hold the majority 80.1% stake. Despite the Jamaican government's stake in the company, the JPS has been criticized for its lack of transparency and accountability. There is limited public access to information about the company's operations and finances, making it difficult for Jamaicans to hold the JPS accountable for its actions and to push for reforms to benefit its consumers. One of the most significant issues with the JPS is its high cost of electricity. According to the World Bank, Jamaica has some of the highest electricity costs in the world, with an average retail price of over 33 cents per kilowatt hour. This high cost has a significant impact on the daily life of Jamaican citizens, particularly those in low-income households who are forced to spend a larger portion of their income on electricity bills.
The Jamaica Public Service Company JPSCO is defending its billing rates for fuel. It follows claims that lower oil prices are not being reflected on electricity bills.
The JPS monopoly over the electricity market in Jamaica is a major contributing factor to the high energy costs that Jamaicans face. With no other companies currently operating in the industry on the island, the JPS has no incentive whatsoever to lower prices or improve the quality of their service. This lack of competition and no fear of losing customers to another competitor has created an environment where there is no reason for the JPS to either innovate or improve their operations to benefit their consumers. The frequency of power cuts without any prior warnings across the island has now become a normal occurrence. Resistance to introducing competition in the market. Efforts to introduce competition into the electricity market in Jamaica has been met with resistance from the JPS. In 2016, the Jamaican government attempted to pass legislation that would allow for the development of a competitive electricity market. But the JPS strongly opposed the legislation, arguing that it would be detrimental to the country's energy security. The JPS has claimed that the lack of competition is necessary to ensure the stability of the electricity supply, but many have argued that this is a thinly veiled attempt to maintain monopoly over
to
the
use a
market.
combination of oil and natural gas as key inputs into the production of electricity or electricity that we buy. To the extent that those prices have changed downwards with those.
What a load of crap.
The reliance of the JPS on outdated and inefficient energy sources, such as oil-fired power plants, has also contributed to high energy costs and a negative environmental impact. This reliance on non-renewable energy sources has hindered progress towards a more affordable and sustainable energy option, as well as negatively impacting the environment and customers.
Yes. So I am just playing that clip to show the Jamaican people that the Andrew Holness promising these things, right, in 2024, right? We are no stranger. You understand, as it relates to what Andrew Holness did in 2015, promised the very same thing and has not been delivered. Andrew Holness promised that you would have broken up the monopoly as it relates to JPS and bringing in the companies with those big, whatever that he had described. You heard it. But what happened? 8 years after, nothing, right? And yet he criticized the People's National Party, who had a plan. And as such, those criticisms go against the People's National Party. When you have a man said, okay, all right, he's going to reduce the electricity bill. Come on, electricity cost is one of the primary taxation that suppress Jamaican people. Right? And so then, of course, people want relief. But this is what Andrew Holness did, right? Package the promise into a nice package, right? A nice ribbon, make it look attractive, right? And spit it out of his mouth to people who definitely deceived by that. Here, Andrew Holness again, coming back as if we have not been aware of what he had done in 2015, coming back again with the same promise that he knows very well he can't deliver. John, please like up and tell others of Mystic Sensation, where they give you in-depth factual information. Thank you for that, John. So when you see these things, that Andrew Holness now is promising the reduction of electricity, right? For this coming local government election, right? People, Andrew Holness will never ever fix this problem. He will never fix this problem. Now, let us go into the art of the corruption. And when I say the art of corruption, is that when we think about SSL, right? And what SSL used for as a political funding agency for Andrew Holness' campaign, right? Now, not only that it is used as a funding agency for a political campaign. Yes, Mystic Sensation is saying that. But also, out of SSL came the propaganda media. And as such, Blue Dot Poll will try to use what level of psychology that they want to use on the people by dampening their spirit not to come out and vote. And so now that they are saying that the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in this and leading in that. All lie, all rubbish, all garbage. We know the energy on the ground. I've been there. I have done that. And so then when we say that the People's National Party has the energy, and no doubt that local government, right, is going for the People's National Party. Without any further ado, I'm going to have you listen to Blue Dot, and then I'm going to tell you how Blue Dot came about. Without any further ado, let us lift up that documentation.
Okay. All right.
The nationwide Blue Dot poll asked 1,878 Jamaicans who they would vote for in the upcoming local elections. 30% chose the JLP. 26% say the PMP would get their vote. That 4 percentage point lead is outside the margin of error. 1% of voters say a candidate from another political party would get their vote. Among registered voters who are likely to vote on February 26, 47% say they will choose the JLP, while 43% say they're going with the PMP. 10% of likely voters told the pollsters they're still unsure who they will choose on election day. The JLP leads the PMP in 7 parishes across the country. The PMP leads in 4. 2 are tied. The governing party has its most commanding lead in St. Anne, where nearly 70% of registered voters say they're voting JLP on election day. That's compared to 28% in the Garden Parish who say they're voting PMP. 3% are unsure. The JLP is also strong in St. Elizabeth, where 60% of voters say they will choose a Labour Party councillor. 31% are going with the PMP. 8% are sure. The JLP also appears dominant in Westmoreland, where nearly 60% of voters say they're voting Labour. 33% are voting PMP. 5% of voters in Westmoreland are unsure. In Clarendon, the JLP is ahead, 53% to the PMP's 36%. 9% of voters say they're unsure. The JLP is also leading in St. Catherine. They have 50% support to the PMP's 34%. 14% of likely voters in St. Catherine are unsure who they'll vote for. Victory also appears imminent for the JLP in the East. It leads the PMP 52% to 38% in St. Thomas and 44% to 40% in Portland. 13% of voters in Portland are unsure, while 10% of voters in St. Thomas are also unsure.
Okay, let us take that away, my friend. First, let me address the host, Cliff Hughes. You know, the Jamaican people understand that Cliff Hughes owed more than $50 million in tax. And so then, of course, he has to work in the interest of the government. We understand that. Why would you want the People's National Party government to take over the reins of power? Because if that happened, as it relates to Cliff Hughes' psyche, maybe he's going to have to pay that $50 million. And so then, even although Jamaica Labour Party is wrecking the country, right? Corruption turn up to the highest order. I don't mind, as according to Cliff Hughes, right? Providing that I've been overlooked and don't pay my $50 million. But you know what? Without any further ado, let us show Jamaican people how Blue Dot came about. Without any further ado, lift up that document. So when, okay, let me talk to the people. Let me talk to the people before me. Yeah, let me just give my people a background. So when you see on the thumbnail that I have SSL blue dot, yes, I am telling you that blue dot came out of the bosom of SSL. So let me bring up the document. So when we investigate and we find these things, we have to establish it. All right. SSL Blue Dot founder wrangled over share sale. Published Wednesday, August 18, 2021. Lauren Peart, CEO of Blue Dot Insight. SSL Venture Capital Jamaica Limited, which controlled 50% of data insight firm Blue Dot Data Intelligence Limited for 2 years before agreeing to sell back its stake to founder Lauren Peart. Says it's still to be fully compensated for the shares despite an extension of the deadline. But the venture capital company, which trade as SSL Venture, is also saying it has no intention of retaining interest in Blue Dot and is prepared to sell the shares to others if payment is not forthcoming from Peart. Neither the amounts paid over by Peart to date, the outstanding amounts owed, nor the value of the transaction agreed to by the parties back in April 2020 were disclosed. Blue Dot had a valuation of 1.6 million at the time of signing. The deal was scheduled to close at the end of June 2021 upon finalization of all payments and the transfers of shares. But in a notice posted on the stock exchange late Sunday, SSL Ventures advised that Peart, the purchaser, was in breach of the contract and the issue had become a legal matter. We sold the shares to Blue Dot and they were to pay within a certain time. But the payment date was missed. They were given an extension and also missed that too. And so that was what triggered the clause in it to rescind. They may challenge it legally, and if they do that, we can contest it in court. CEO of SSL Ventures, Anthony. Peart said he had no comment on the matter, but confirmed that his lawyers were in discussion with SSL Ventures. The companies are attempting to iron out the issue outside of court, but Dunn told the Financial Gleaner that SSL Venture is prepared to take the matter before a judge if the monies owing to the company are not settled by the end of SSL next quarter, that is around December. Take that document away. Just want to show the people, right, the origin of Blue Dot. I know, just reading that document to show you how SSL aggressive with their money. You understand, being owed to them. And look what they have done to people. Look what they have done to people. Right? Just look what they have done to people. Take people money. Right? And I know very well as it relates to those people money that they have taken had been transferred in other assets, like buying up lands and buying up homes, as what they had done as it relates to Paul Chen Young. Who is investigating this matter? Is the DPP putting down her foot? No. The DPP in England worrying about Vibes Cartel issue. Now, these are fundamental issues. That's very serious. The amount of money being plundered. But yet, the DPP is definitely geared towards what we call selective justice. Selective justice. And let me ask the question, DPP. Have you instructed, right, the police officers? And let me ask you a question, Fitz Bailey, right? And Gugu Gaga. Who is questioning Patrick Bailey? Who is questioning, right, Patrick Bailey? Of a number 3 that had taken place in his very bedroom, where you have no signs of tamper. But yet, the Teflon Don is still there. But while the Teflon Don is still there, you have all the energy and the strength for Vibes Cartel. But you have none for the Teflon Don. Again, selective justice. So then, without any further ado, we are going to move on. I want to just show Jamaican people the ultimate corruption. Here you have Blue Dot springing out of SSL, trying to direct voters' intention. Now, SSL, Blue Dot, you need to sit down, right? And what you need to do is to speak at SSL. Yes. Have a poll on SSL how much money being robbed. That's what you need to do. And leave the politics alone. Because guess what? You don't want your secret to come out. So Blue Dot is SSL extended arm. But guess what? The people are going to deliver the justice. Without any further ado, let us listen again to the promiser. Right? The man who promised and never delivered. The man who spoke about his first 100 days in office. The man who spoke about time limit as it relates to the electoral process. Never deliver. And here he is again, on the verge of not deliver nothing. Stealing policies from the People's National Party, shaping them and redesigning them. And the only thing that he had articulated is keeping us static on the corruption index, placing at the number 44. Simply means that the country has serious corruption problem. The country is still going to continue to have serious corruption problem, providing that Juliet Owens is the Speaker of the House. She's going to make sure, she's going to ensure that nothing that go against her possible allegation of corruption as it relates to her husband being the Prime Minister be known. So then let me warn the people of Jamaica that even after local government election, we are not going to know the 6. We are not going to know the 6 prior to local government election. We are not going to know the 6 after local government election. And we will never, ever know the 6, providing that you have an Andrew Holness-led government. People will not see that. This is not difficult. Andrew Holness is not hiding his corruption. They are not hiding their corruption. GLP is not hiding their corruption. Warmington feel big and bold that he can say anything to anybody, disrespect and disregard anybody, because he doesn't have a leader with a moral compass to guide him. So when you have Andrew Holness talking about when they go low, they should go high. What Andrew Holness really means is that when they go low, they should go lower. That's what he means. When they go low, they, Andrew Holness, and his minions should go lower. Because we have seen that with Warmington, the most despicable politician in the history of our politics. Without any further ado, my ladies and gentlemen, let us move on as it relates to more despicable behavior coming from Andrew Holness, promising, and know very well that he can't deliver.
More questions this afternoon about plans to increase the income tax threshold for pay-as-you-earn workers. Political commentators have been weighing in on the issue amid calls for Prime Minister Andrew Holness to be more specific. The details in this report.
On Saturday, Prime Minister Andrew Holness told party supporters in Trelawney that the government plans to increase the income tax threshold, but there's still no timeline on the announcement for that planned adjustment. This has caused political commentator Lloyd B. Smith to question if the proposal could be an election ploy.
I think the timing would suggest that it is an election vote-grabbing exercise, which is unfortunate because the fact that the Prime Minister was not able to give a timeline makes it just a promise. And a promise is oftentimes a comfort to a fool. If he had given a specific timeline and explained the necessary architecture through which it would be done, then I think one would have been more impressed. But just to say it's going to happen, we know that politicians always make promises that take long to happen or never happen at all. And this one seems to fall into either of those categories.
Meanwhile, another political commentator, Dr. Paul Ashley, is concerned that the reduction in the general consumption tax would impact more Jamaicans than the proposed increase in the income tax threshold. He's also questioning how the government would regain revenue lost through an increase in the income tax threshold.
If the income tax threshold moves, you don't pay income tax, but how will GCT remain the same? Could you have a better situation that you decrease the GCT to 10% instead of the 15%? So the fact is that the government won't lose revenue because the services provided by government might move up. You can have licenses moving up. You can have everything that government charges you for move up. And you can have GCT moving up too. The issue is that it seems very good if you get a break. But what about the other increases in government providing services? That's the critical issue.
Mr. Ashley says consumers need a reprieve amid increasing costs of goods and services. Kirk Wright, TVJ News.
The best just.
Okay. So let me explain a little thing for people to understand as it relates to Andrew Holness. When I said Andrew Holness is a political artist, people, you have to understand why Mystic Sensation is saying these things. because indeed he is. And I'm going to explain what Andrew Holness did as it relates to in 2017, right, when he raised the income tax threshold from $500,000 to $1.5 million. I'm going to explain it, what Andrew Holness did. And so then, when people heard of that, a lot of people who don't understand economics, right, will say, okay, I am getting such a relief. At least I'll be seeing back 20% of savings as it relates to my pay. Now, what people need to understand as it relates to what Andrew Holness did. The two categories of our main tax systems. One is what we call direct tax. Direct tax has to deal with income tax, right? So then you pay as you earn, PAYE. Now you have indirect tax, right? Like the GCT and special consumption tax, right? That, you know, like importation of goods, manufacturing, and so forth, other taxes that service. So what Andrew Holness did was to, of course, raise the income tax threshold as it relates to what's going to affect your direct pay, your direct income, from 500 to 1.5, right? Simple means for persons who's getting $1.5 million per year or annually, right, they will not pay any tax. For those persons as it relates to the grade 1.5 million and under, these persons will not pay any tax. But what he skillfully did, and that's why I said he's a political con artist, is to shift the tax system from the direct tax to the indirect tax. And yet, he say he has not been no new taxes. Andrew Holness is lying. I am going to show you the evidence where Andrew Holness is lying. And I am going to show you under Andrew Holness-led government, you understand, how tax affect the GDP under Andrew Holness government. So what he did was to, of course, you will see now inflation, right, start to gather on basic food items, right? Electricity bill, right, going up, right? And all other things, importation goods going up, and so forth, because he shift that from the direct tax to the income tax. So what he has done, he had given you 20% with his left hand as it relates to direct tax, but take it back from you as it relates to indirect tax. Andrew Holness, you need to come out and tell the people that's what you have done. Now, I have the document now to show people that Andrew Holness give that to you with the left hand, right, as it relates to direct tax, right? You are not seeing your PAYE, right, your income tax being affected, right? Because if you fall under the 1.5 million, you will not pay any tax. But skillfully, right, diverted it to the indirect tax. Without any further ado, let me show you how Andrew Holness tried to be a political artist, right, damaging Jamaican people. So when Jamaican people hear about, okay, 1.5 million, and he's talking about the PNP couldn't do it, and we do it, the PNP know that what you have done is evil to the people. Because if, as it relates to what the economist said on the clip we listened to, the government is just not going to lose revenues at one end and don't get it back at the other. And so then for political mileage, to gain political mileage, These are the things that Andrew Holness had done. Acting as if he's giving Jamaican people benefit, right? But tricking the people. That's what Andrew Holness do. So without any further ado, I want you to look on this. People, I want you to look on this. Let us put up this other document, special consumption. And we are going to read it and make the people understand. And then, okay. So I'm going to share this document with us so you can follow me on that. All right. So here it is, people, when we talk about indirect tax. So these are indirect tax. Special consumption tax would fall under the category of indirect tax. So look what is under the category of indirect tax. Special consumption tax forms part of the General Consumption Tax Act and is a tax imposed on the manufacture or importation of goods such as petroleum products, right? So that you're going to pay more for electricity and all of that. Wines and other alcoholic beverages produced by fermentation, cordials and liquors, spirits, beers, cigarettes, cigars, cheroots, cigarillos, smoking and other manufactured tobacco and snuff and caffeine energy drinks. The General Consumption Tax Act required all individuals, entities, organizations, etc. that carry on a taxable activity to be registered under the General Consumption Tax. Take that away. But I'm going to show you a document now as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government. Andrew Holness-led government, right, in comparison to Portia Simpson-led government as it relates to the tax and GDP, right, per ratio. So let us look at this. Taxes as share of GDP in Jamaica. So we're going to look on what we call taxes as share of GDP in Jamaica. Are they seeing it? Okay, 200%. Okay. So here is the bar graph, right? Now, you know that Portia Simpson, right, is 2012 to 2016 here. So we have 2014 showing here, right? Where the share of GDP for 2014 there was 24.8%. Let us go to 2015, 25.8%. Now let us go into Andrew Holness' time. So the share on GDP, right, was 24 and 25% during Portia Simpson time, Andrew Holness' time, right? There it is, 26.5%. Right, 2017, 27.3%. 2018, 27.7%. 2019, 28.6%. 2020, 27.7%. 2021, right, 27.9%. Take it away. So then, Andrew Holness-led government, right? So when he overtax the Jamaican people, So what that goes to show you is that the country needs to produce. Andrew Holness cannot, depending on taxes, to come out of the economic abyss, debt abyss that we are in. You can't depend on tax alone, right, to service your debt. The country has to produce. And so then when Terry Langton run out the other day, that's why Terry Langton told the lie that he had told, that we are exporting more than what we are importing, which is a callous lie. And so then when you have members of parliament coming out to say these lies, shrinking the Jamaican people right in front of your face, stone bare face, why would Jamaican people even consider to vote for Jamaican Labour Party? Right? And here in Senate, their GCT overtaxed. Right? So what Andrew Holness government had done when he's talking about lifting the income tax threshold, right, is to shift it from direct tax to indirect tax and overtax the Jamaican people. So we are overtaxed by the Jamaican Labour Party government, and Andrew Holness need to come out and speak the truth. Barbara, Andrew Holness must do the right thing and step down, because it don't look good for him to be under investigation and be the Prime Minister. He has no integrity. His moral baseline, his moral order, flattened. Now, let us go to the one. So let us go to what Mark Golan was saying to him. Okay, Freedom. If the hotels and the foreigners were paying their fair share of taxes, it would take the burden off the people. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Freedom. That's true. Now, look at this. Look at this, Freedom. So what Mark Golan was saying, right, to Andrew, you understand, was definitely true. So without further ado, I'm going to make you listen to what Mark Golan is saying to him. Harold Grant, we are a farming country, and the GLP is taking away the farmlands to build houses. He is not thinking of production. No, he might give them prime land to him, friend. He might give them prime land to him. And that's why the PSOJ love him like that. That's why the PSOJ love him and will do anything to protect Andrew Holness. Now, let us go to don't come with compliments. Okay. All right. So hear what Mark Golan has to say.
Comrades, we're now in the silly season of politics. And the government is promising everything under the sun. Don't be tricked or fooled. Most of what they tell you, they will never deliver on. Leave this 1.5 second edition that they're coming with. If you're not earning at least 29,000 a week, you have nothing to get from any increase in the 1.5. Nothing to get. And I say to the government, don't just come with a gimmick like it's during a campaign. If you're serious, tell us how you're going to pay for any increase in the 1.5. Because last time you paid for it by putting more GCT and more SCT on the backs of the people. And it increased poverty and inequality in this country. And we can't have it like that again. So we can hear your plan. Don't come with no gimmick. Anyway, comrades, we have a good day ahead of us today. I'm looking forward to all of the activities and niceness that we're going to have. I beg each and every one of you on the road, if you're coming on the road, and I believe most of you will be coming, take care on the road. No matter with the mad driving and the mad riding. We don't want to accident. We want to love and peace and niceness. Because that's what the PNP is. So, take care and may God bless us on our journey today, on our journey to victory on the 26th of February. I'm sorry, because we are bringing back Jamaica from the wicked and uncaring government back into the PNP rule. So we can continue you are mission of service to the people, empowerment to the people, upliftment to the people, power to the people, I say. Power to the people.
All right. So people, here you have it. So what people need to ask Andrew Holness, right? How is he going to pay for it? Right? How is he going to pay for it? Right? Let him demonstrate that. And I guarantee you that what he's going to do, and which he's not going to speak it, is to shift, right? Play around with the tax system, right? Just reduce from direct tax to indirect tax and pressure the people, right, via indirect tax, right? He has done nothing for you. Because what he had given you, as it relates to giving you with the left hand, as it relates to, right, lifting the income tax threshold, right, but with the right hand, he take it back from you, and you suffer more, right, because increase on GCT and increase on the special consumption tax. That is wicked. The Jamaican people cannot face that. And yet, the Jamaican people, being tricked, believe that Andrew Holness is delivering something good. Andrew Holness is not delivering nothing good. Now, if he's delivering anything good, ask him so that the electricity bill can be reduced. Tell him to do that. He will never do that. Yet he promised and criticized the People's National Party. Right? Criticize the People's National Party. Said he can do better. And 8 years. 8 years. I've showed the clip to you. People are burning under the pressure of JPS. Under the pressure of JPS. Now let us go to show people the hypocrite that Andrew Holness is. And where he had said on a public platform that he had spoken to members of parliament, you know, to communicate professionally and have respect, right? And common decency. But let us show you, as it relates to respect and common decency, without any further ado, on this person that done this clip, I want to pick up this person. What this person name? Okay, Anita Belrose, big up herself. And people, yeah, go over Anita Belrose. You understand? Support Anita Belrose because Anita Belrose is doing some excellent work, right? And this is Anita Belrose clip. So people support Anita Belrose.
So take a listen, my people.
You say now work now get water. You might chat fuck with. They got constant control water. It's a bug. And the minister, who is the same minister and the prime minister, we've been here. He can only come through me and Macho Samuda. And we are working on that ship right now. So make some asshole tell you nonsense. Come and chat fuck with. You understand?
And there are 2 other
cut that.
videos.
Cut that. Yes. So that is a member of parliament, right? Representing Jamaican people. And what is actually saying, right, that the opposition will never able to bring forth water to the people. Because obviously, according to him, it can only come through him and Matthew Samuda. And so then he will manipulate the process. Right? So when you look And this behavior, when you look at this behavior, totally unacceptable. Now, Jamaica Labour Party, what I want to tell people, that Jamaica Labour Party is vicious when it comes to manipulation. And so then this is what Andrew Holness is doing. So it is not just Warmington doing all of that. If certain projects are done where it may be a PNP mayor, right, whether in Portmore or other places, what they will do is to manipulate, slow up the project, because if the project done, the PNP mayor is going to look good. And so then they rather punish the people to gain political mileage. Just understand, what I'm saying. They will rather punish the people to gain political mileage. So when Warmington is saying that the opposition is this whole and rare, blah, 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 right? Yes, they will not give him any form of advantage to do any project there. Because guess what? He has to look bad. Right? Anything have to come through him and Matthew Samuda. So then, to spite the opposition, right? You spite several Jamaican people. Spiting Jamaican people with a foolish politics. Now, look at these people. It is the very same Andrew Holness talking about when you go low, right? So let us hear him again and see if he is living to his true testimony. Now, without any further ado. Yeah.
Don't need to go to the people with deception. And I tell you this, I gave last year an instruction to the Jamaica Labour Party communication arm that we must reform and revise our communications policy to take out of it false and deceptive information. You will not find the Jamaica Labour Party promoting, circulating, distributing false, degrading, nasty lies about people, programs, policies, or anything. We do not do that. And there are many members of the Jamaica Labour Party that I have had to personally call up. We don't need to do that. When they go low, we go. We must communicate to the people the facts. And in this world of social media, where grievance politics and negativity sells, we have to work even harder to make sure that our story is in the forefront of the minds of the voter.
All right, people. So when we started at the beginning, as it relates to the local government debate, you have the Jamaican Labour Party telling lies and deception as it relates to say that the People's National Party is the most corrupt on the corruption index. And I proved fully that he had lied. Now, Andrew Holness said that he's correcting their behavior. So then, let us show Andrew Holness, right, good deeds and people who have good standing. And when they speak, right, their words matters. Without any further ado, look at this.
When someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
So Jamaican people, when the Jamaican Labour Party kicking up, and Andrew Holness kicking up, and the whole bully tactics, you hear it from a goodwill person. When they go low, we go high. So then Mark Golding doesn't have to behave like how Andrew Holness behave. Calm, collective, well measured, right, and well decent, right? And so then let us show you how the Jamaican Labour Party, as it relates to Andrew Holness, being hypocritical and what they do behind the closed doors, the manipulation tactics. Look now what is happening and where he is now lying. Now he just spoke that he wants to correct the behavior and change communication as it relates to both policies and all of that. But look at Andrew Holness now on the campaign after Andrew Holness had spoken that. Look on Andrew Holness now.
Delayed projects that should have started a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
And the only reason why a council would act very slowly, put obstacles in our way, and prevent projects from going on, it must be because they see that the government will get the political advantage. I want to use one example. For many years, the opposition, when they were government before, said that they would build a park in Portmore. Many years. They went there and they had big groundbreaking. They planted whole heap of trees around the perimeter, put up big sign that it was going to be built. It was never built. Not one tree that they planted here survived. The residents complained bitterly that it is just a dust bowl, a nuisance to them. My administration came in and we rescued the plants. And when we go to them and we ask them to do things too quickly, so we can't build it quickly, then hold it up. We ask them to waive the fee so that the project can come in on budget. They say no, they're not waive no fee. And then I see them come to the opening ceremony. And then I hear them say, oh, yes man, it was our idea, our idea. It was the idea, Mr. Prime Minister. I want to say this.
Now, Jamaican people, remember Andrew Holness is the government now. Right? And Andrew Holness control all the bureaucracies. Right? And if Andrew Holness wants certain project to be done, right, providing that they are going to meet procurement standards, right, those projects would be done. But because it is the Portmore mayor is a PNP, right, him manipulate the entire process of not getting the project completed, and then now telling the lies where we just talking on the previous clip that no one should be telling lies and policies and so forth and so forth. No, my people, if this is not Animal Farm, I don't know what this is. And if Andrew Holness is not Napoleon the pig, I don't know who he is. But let me show you solidly that Andrew Holness is Napoleon the pig. Without any further ado, look on this situation to show you what Jamaica Labour Party do. So then the People's National Party mayor must look bad, and so then hold up the project, and so then people must vote him out because he had done nothing. You see how vicious he is. You see how vicious and conniving he is. Look on the pattern of behavior with the next clip. Look on the pattern of behavior.
People's National Party President Mark Golding is joining Northwest Manchester Member of Parliament Michael Phillips in demanding the government fix the Hectors River Bridge in Troy, Manchester. Phillips, who is also the opposition's works spokesman, maintains the absence of the bridge poses a risk for residents. Both men toured the community on Wednesday. Here's Celine Campbell with more.
This zipline-looking contraption is not for leisure. It's a necessity. The centuries-old Hectors River Bridge in Troy, Manchester, collapsed during Tropical Storm Grace in 2021 that forced residents to improvise. The structure was a literal and figurative bridge between Manchester and Trelawney. Residents cross over daily because they must, grateful each time there's no mishap.
Then one bridge you never hang up on it, man. I nearly join, man. I lucky thing he hold it, man, for our next man comes and join, but that's in a dead brother. So a whole of people nearly lose their life there. You understand me I say? So we want a bridge, we want a bridge. We want a bridge, and we are tell the Prime Minister say we want a bridge, brother.
Over a year ago, the government said it would replace the bridge during the 2022-2023 fiscal year that ended in March. Because it was not done, People's National Party President Mark Golding went to see it for himself.
And apparently it's now at the stage where they're still trying to decide whether or not it's an emergency situation. Wow. But, you know, it clearly is something which needs to be addressed very quickly because this is a vital route for the people living here in Northwest on the border with South Trelawney, is it? Yeah, South Trelawney. So this can't wait any longer.
Northwest Manchester MP Michael Phillips says his campaign for a new bridge is legitimate as the makeshift structure is a clear and present danger.
The people of Manchester and Trelawney are actually suffering because of the lack of a bridge here.
The MP is not convinced there is any urgency to fix the bridge, even though the alternative is seen as a death trap.
Children have fell in the river. There was a father who jumped in the river, not even knowing what was underneath there, to try and save his own child. And the frustration is that it's something that should be an emergency should not have taken 2 years. If it is that they're trying to victimize me, then that is another case. But don't victimize the people at the same time when you're trying to victimize me because I'm not a member of the government. And right now, after 2 years, that is what it's feeling like, victimization.
The PNP president brushed aside the suggestion that Phillips should have resorted to other means to replace the bridge.
It is squarely the government's responsibility, like any other major piece of infrastructure is, to address. And there's plenty of precedent for the repair or replacement of bridges that have been damaged or destroyed and by the government of the day. And this is why we're continuing to call for it.
A new bridge would reportedly cost $160 to $180 million. National Works Agency's Communications and Customer Services Manager Stephen Shaw told CVM News the design was completed. It is now with the Ministry of Finance's Public Investment Assessment Branch, which means it's not yet an approved project. Celine Campbell for CVM News.
So this is what the Jamaica Labour Party good at as it relates to manipulating, you know, the opposition MPs to the fact that if they fix the bridge, right, Miguel Phillips, right, is going to look good. And so then they want that, right, to hang around his neck, to victimize him, just like the Poomore situation. So then, what sort of hearing government this that's separating Jamaica people as PNP and GLP? And so then GLP will benefit, but the PNP must not be benefited. Right? This is sickness. So this is appealing to a sort of political garrison-style politics. That what Andrew, you understand, the core of corruption. What the core of corruption does, right? He makes sure, let us show you, people, let me show you the pattern of behavior with Andrew. It is no accident when Andrew Holness did not sign the code of conduct. Right? Let us think about your Rural Reid. Right? Rural Reid was Andrew Holness' advisor when Andrew Holness was in the Ministry of Education. Where Rural Reid learned that corrupted behavior from? Who Rural Reid learned that corrupted behavior from? Think of it, people. Right? People in Andrew Holness government feel the need that it is free and it is okay to be corrupted. And the corruption is nothing. And so then, why would an MP, right, under the Jamaica Labour Party government would want to do the goodwill politics when the leader is setting a clear example of not signing the code of conduct? And so then, if I am not going to sign it, I don't expect you guys to sign it. Jenny, they are trying to bring back the 70s and the 80s. Exactly. That's why I want to find a document. Right? And so then I am looking for a document to show you the catastrophe. What happened in the 70s. I have the document here and I'm searching for it. And the studies was done by a PhD person who attained his PhD outside of America, speaking on the politics of the 70s. But knowing Mystic Sensation, I don't want to speak on something and I don't have the evidence to show. So meanwhile I am talking to you, I am searching for this document, right? To make sure that I show you the deep-rooted current history of the Jamaica Labour Party. And that people need to know. Right? People need to know. So just bear me some time. I just want to find this this document right and share it with you guys. So and seems like I'm going to make sure if I don't find it, I'm going to make sure.
What's the title? What's it about?
It's about telling about the 70s of what Jamaica Labour Party had done in the 70s. Somehow I just can't find that document. But you know what? Yes. So I'm going to speak on the document as it relates to what Edward Seaga had done. But I'm going to use the next clip because I can't find that information, right, as it relates to that research that was done. That unbiased research that was done. And so then, let's see if we can find Louis Farrakhan.
Okay.
I am going to also have Louis Farrakhan speak a little on that. Now, in the late 70s, early 80s, right, when Michael Manley started democratic socialism, when he was trying to redistribute the wealth to spread it fairly towards Jamaica, equally throughout Jamaica. The capitalists didn't like it. Jamaica Labour Party didn't like it. But let me just play a little of what Farrakhan is saying so you can hear it. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just share this and I'm going to speak after Farrakhan speak.
Even down in Jamaica, I'm skipping, they tried in 1976 to organize a military coup to overthrow Michael Manley. In 1976, they supported attempts to assassinate Michael Manley on 3 different occasions. The little man who led Jamaica, who spoke at Savior's Day, was such a threat to our government that they attempted 3 times to assassinate the man in 1976. So later, they found a way to get rid of him through riots in the street over food when they cut off assistance to Jamaica. This is America.
So let me take back that. Right? So what Andrew Holness is doing in terms of the manipulation, right, of holding back resources, it is nothing new. Andrew Holness is resorting to Seaga 2.0, what Seaga had done in the 70s. Seaga, Edward Philip, George Seaga, and the CIA, right, went to the IMF because the IMF was supposed to give us, right, some loans, give us a loan. And Edward Seaga propagandized Manley, that Manley is going communist, the lie that Edward Seaga told, and work with the CIA in terms of reducing 50% of the IMF loans. Bring Jamaica in an economic dish. A lot of Jamaican people start to suffer. And so then, that was the method that Edward Philip George Siaga used to win the election. That was the method Siaga used to win the election. I am going to show you some signs and some patterns even prior to the local government election. It is not that Andrew Holness wanted to call the local government election. Andrew Holness backed into a corner as it relates to Mark Golding taking him to court. The Jamaica Labour Party was already preparing to create chaos. Why Mystic Sensation said that? As it relates to the 320 pipe bombs that were found in West Kingston. People, what do you think? Use the thinking cap. What Edward Siaga had done, right, caused more than 8,000 people to be killed in the 80s. Jamaica Labour Party had done that. And so then now when it's sign of 320 pipe bombs and social media is flagging it, is because we know the history of Jamaica Labour Party. That they will use chaos and mayhem to damage the Jamaican people to get where they want and get their political mileage. Jamaica Labour Party means Jamaica no good. The evidence is there to show. So people don't have to listen to Mystic Sensation. What people need to do is to go and Google and research it. And you will see it for yourself to read and be edified. So we are not spreading propaganda. Because if we are spreading propaganda and we get the sources from mainstream media, it simply means that mainstream media spreading propaganda. So what I am speaking out of my mouth, am I lying? Is this disinformation? Is this misinformation? What part of it am I lying? Right? The pressure take Bob Marley, that Bob Marley had to run away from Jamaica. Am I lying? When the Jamaica Labour Party, and let us start the truth, when Jamaica Labour Party tried to stamp Bob as a political activist for the PNP, they sent criminal to the man home to shoot him. Am I lying? Am I sowing disinformation or misinformation? So when we talk about the Jamaican Labour Party, all these signs where plane come and crash, and yet there is no black box, right? That being discovered at 2 plane crash sites, no black box, and no one hear nothing. Right? Now you're going to tell me that 320 pipe bombs that were found in West Kingston. So people, let me prepare you, Jamaica. Let me prepare you, Jamaica. This local government election, when it wins by People's National Party, because People's National Party is going to win the election, local government election, be on the preparation. Social media bloggers will be still asking about the 320 pipe bomb. And so then, Patrick Bailey, what are you saying about those 320 pipe bomb? No information, nothing. Nothing. Those 320 pipe bomb can cause mass casualties. So I am hitting out from now. You understand? And other social media bloggers are going to be hitting out. Now, let me tell you something, people, that what we are going to have to brace for. Because when Mark Golding win this local government election, hard it is going to be run. Hard it is going to be run. And so then, we have to prepare. Yes. Jacqueline Biggs said, I live it. Never forgot. We know what we are talking about. True testimony. I myself live it. So we know what we are talking about. And so then when we are educating our people, we are telling our people the true history of Jamaica Labour Party. If Mystic Sensation is to define the Jamaica Labour Party, I will define the Jamaica Labour Party as Jamaica's worst gang in the country. No joke about that. Jamaica Labour Party is a virus in the Jamaican people's life. And they know it. They know it. They feel confident as it relates to bullyism and badmanism, gangsterism. And so then Warmington can talk the way how he talks and get away with it because, of course, Andrew Holness will come out and speak on the public platform, but behind doors, he agreed with their behavior. He encouraged and influenced their behavior. Our treasury under pressure. Cornwall Regional Hospital under pressure. There is no work that is taking place at Cornwall Regional Hospital. And this Tufton is acting like construction is active. The lies, the blatant lies that they told to the people. Any person in St. James or Montego Bay, go up to Cornwall Regional Hospital, work ceased. There's no work going on up there. Freedom, Merle King. I personally would love to hear, and we need to get our history from the people's view into books so the next generation will know. And so then when we are talking from experience, and we are talking from the record of history.
You made a mistake. You said Patrick Bailey instead of Fitz Bailey.
Right? Okay. Oh, Fitz Bailey. Correction. Thanks for the correction. Right? So then, as I said earlier, right? Can Fitz Bailey come out and tell us, give us a status on the 325 bomb? Right? What happened? It just flat. Nothing. And this is a government talking about transparency. Why did we vote for them? When our treasury being pilfered and no one accountable to us to tell us what is happening to our treasury. Corruption after corruption. So, my people, I want you to understand that we have to fight for Jamaica, to make Jamaica a better place. Right? Because Jamaica is in turmoil. And so then people have to go out there and put the X beside the N. Jamaica needs to be saved from Andrew Holness and his family and his friends. Right? Look what Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark has done with NHT. Poor people cannot afford ordinary NHT homes. And so then the purpose of why Michael Manley created the NHT has long lost its purpose. All right. Yes, go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live.
Yes, man. Good night. Bless up to you and your beautiful wife, and bless up to everybody.
Thank you, my sister love.
Yeah, man. This, getting at the meat of the matter.
Of course.
You know, say, every time I listen to the Jamaica Lion Party, my skin crawl, me vex, me upset. You know what? Last night,
yes.
the woman say, Jamaica Labour Party fix the most road.
Wicked and wicked.
No, tell me. They not continue to take Jamaica people for food. Which part of Jamaica then fix road? Why the people are so blatant lie? They just lie and deceiving. The few people them we have follow back at them. My God, they can't wake up there. Which part in Jamaica you ever for under 1944, 1947 adult suffrage, you ever see a prime minister go around the court system and go take bulldozer Jamaica people house? Any prime minister ever do that?
Never.
Yes, we see people evict people.
Never in
but
history.
Me know so they always, if the land wanted to upgrade, like, you have a piece of land and you go cut road through here, you go make whatever. The government is supposed to find you somewhere to live. Then they move in. If it's a case where you have to go move, then carry you to the court give you time to move.
Exactly.
No, not the prime minister. Him turn judge, clerk of court, him turn everything. And he do that, and I expect people to still go there and vote for him. Then if you can't have your heart to do that, what next? People ask themselves, what next? If you give these people another chance, what next? That is the system. What next? Ask them the question. What next? Good gracious Almighty God, $21 billion for Cornwall Regional Hospital. We can't start, can't do nothing. We don't know what. What is this going on in Jamaica? Is this Jamaica turning a dictator country?
Well, Sister Jessie just said because they are dictators, and she's not lying. They are dictators.
But the problem, to my opinion, when I study them, down to the man with on the TV last night from St. Mary, him in charge with some sort of sexual mixed conduct one time, and he's still in a politics.
There you go. There you go.
No, talk the truth. They said woman they did over PMP. Him in disrespect some people. I think I like COVID through the hospital because I got these people. And them in a politics.
Unbelievable, my sister. Unbelievable.
The man, see the man. Yeah, Fitz Bailey. Make I said to Uno enago bitter.
No joke.
Uno, you is a learned, trained policeman who come up in the rank. You come up, you was a constable, you go through all the rigmarole and training. And you had your job so good and so great, which everybody in Jamaica love you and respect you. And you just take yourself and be fall and be tainted. Everybody were grown and your wholeness fall. Look on Grace McLean. Grace McLean served the two party. Grace McLean served PMP party with dignity. Where everybody love and look up to and from the one is blessing and upon him. Fame name not top call, already dead. You remember the woman, which one again? Oh, the one not top call. It has following picnic, grand picnic, great. You know, say, you know your girl, no, sir. Grace McLean, granddaughter. How many years Grace McLean? You know, remember the woman when people up in money that In Andrew, this time, that Labour time, in 20, and I COVID time. Oh, me not know about me here about her. That's a stigma.
Exactly.
Can't come off of here. And everybody had the DPPs in hold on head in England. And you have here an Nigeria like a Alice in a Wonderland. It's only start like this, man.
Corrupted
Only the little start like this. Greater to come. I remember as a child, Barry Garden, we call him Barry G. And I think I was JBC at the time.
Yes.
And it was a calling program. I was a child, but I remember, big enough to remember. And it was a calling program. You call it in a request there. And a man called and said, my request, a song for the Prime Minister. And Barry G play, Fire the most stealing think a cool breeze, yeah? And immediately, couple of them take him off right here. Saying shouldn't play that on a request song. That's the normal song. No, I am asking my sisters and brothers of this little rock, please, do not say my granny used to vote for this. I mean, Papa used to vote for that. Vote your conscience. Vote for your grand and great-grandchildren. You don't know how many years you have left on this earth. Vote for a comfortable sleep. Vote for a stress-free Jamaica. Almighty God, me a beg you no. Time come.
Time comes,
This man now run Jamaica Labour Party. It named Jamaica Lion Party. It changed. See, I got it bad and cruel, but not like this. Bruce Golding ain't so too good neither, but still not like this. This gone past you, what now? And by 1969, I know she will start up back. Political war. And remember this time he start by them. See them burn on the PMP, man carry down so. Me tell you, me call for your program and tell you so we have big so international help when the election call, because me she say this man now good on without a fight. See a guy say if him now win election by the ballot, BALLOT,
then you must win it by the bullet.
By the BULLET.
Let me finish it for you, sister, because I acknowledge that. I was there.
As a child, I remember. I was a child.
And you have it right.
Big enough to understand.
He said if he cannot win it by the ballot, he's going to win it by the bullet.
And I can tell you, 1980, I was living as a child in Greenwich Farm with my mama. My grandfather died 78. I would take me back to Kingston, Jamaica. And my mother gonna work and left with her. And when fire took me, fire, I just the clothes where me and my sister and see him right at 9th Street. And Portia Simpson buy house up at Whitfield Avenue, and we going to go up there. We know where we go to. And I call in upon the Jamaican people them who go read history, and who can read, beg who can read if you know and broke it down. This man not going down without a fight because what? There's too much skeleton in a closet.
Exactly.
The magnesty, Bangla wait. It is waiting. The magnesty Bangla wait. And not only for him, but for a portion of them. You hear plenty of them from what you know, hear them. And some of them, you know, see them in a parliament. They might think, but it's too late. Too late and then cry. So, sir, thank you for talk. For entertain me. I mean, I beg the Jamaican people them who out here who eligible for vote, go vote. Vote your conscience. And I must take this opportunity to thank the diaspora them who continue to hold this rock, who work in the snow, More time I watch the TV, I see snow. I say, God. So when somebody send one money come give you from over there, you have to worship it, then give you a piece of clothes, one lotion, anything they give you have to give them thanks. And thank God, who know a whole up Jamaica? Who know a whole up Jamaica when Mark Walling going there, but find a way, that's when no say the money. So much tax no come out of you.
Exactly.
Oh, so much tax no come out of you. Down to the banking system now. You and your money in a bank is not safe. There's your cat. Boy, you know what this do.
Sister, that never happened in a PNP time. Where your money are missing out of bank. You understand? Never happened in the history. Never happened.
Never your money gone.
My goodness. It just coming like
these things
the country under a spell.
Remember when Portia have power and there are certain things where you can't stop. It will happen. Police will do some things. Everybody, we are all human. Portia used to come out when you see it bad as a prime minister and say, I condemn this thing up. And I say the authority, do not make this happen again. This man don't have nothing to say. No matter when you see video and it gruesome. And the next thing, me hear them attack say the diaspora make travel ban for Jamaica about
Or
crime.
travel advisor. So we call the travel advisor. Advisory. Sorry.
Is the woman who going to the hospital and have to the piece of tissue and the sanitary pad. And the nurse tell her, say, in Jamaica, we don't provide personal items for patients. She said, how must I know I'm not from here? Should somebody have told me? Can I have a diaper, please? I didn't see a tissue, so I have to use the hand towel. No, what that is saying. When you look at the video, if you see human being lie down on floor, human being comes what may. You have plenty people in our society contribute, but in later days they fall on hard ground. They still contribute. We have as much money where we can take care of them. Right? We have it, the Jamaica full of money. They can't fool with. If Jamaica is full of money, so much people would now come Africa and invest. Then you have for your cash. Where you look pan and can't come to a place where you go mash up. Who a fool? Who's a fool? They have their live money and they go carry go one place where they know them are going to lose. It's as if they get when a charity. We are in that. We are fool.
You're right,
Jamaica full of money. Full of money. But what? Only for few.
Only for few. Only for the elites. Andrew Wilson and him friend them.
Few. Him and him friend them. And him friend them are turn against him now. Him friend them stomach sick of him. Because when him friend them call him and say, do that. He refuse to do it. Down to the PSOJ I get against him now. The soldiers them and the police they hate him. The teachers and nurses they hate him. Down to the dog hate him. It and not even bite him because they hate him.
Yes.
Flying a pitch upon him because they hate him. Because what? The crime of the people is upon you. The blood of the people is upon you. You're a cruel man. When I talk about slavery, when slavery did in around things, the slave master feed the slave them. He feed the mandingo them. But you not feed nobody. You're wicked. And all the people we have run back at him. Wake up. Look on your eye. Look. Pray to the Almighty God. And get rid of this corrupted, wicked man. Maybe we can walk and drink rum and yam with good food and praise we God and talk French. We pick in a good school and come home, come do we stick in a book.
Speak, my sister. Speaking the truth.
Come do it. Imagine they tell me to work for 13,000. And 5,000 I can give a Sunday dinner. And you have to pay for your out of it. You have to pay tax out of it. Because it's 13,000, you know. When they don't take out the tax, not get 30,000. And the next thing, as we are it's my opinion, my one. To me, the judicial system or the constitution, how they call it, me feel like saying, no, Jamaica not ready to change the constitution. Can all things see and we until everything sort out proper.
Well, sister, I agree with you. You know, if a government is going to change it, if a government, no, sir.
Because too much people in society have done some heinous crime and them just walk. And an ordinary Jamaican do a simple little something. Yes, it's wrong. Wrong no is right. But you have stage and they feel the blood and everything. And the next thing, this got to the commissioner of police and the lady for the army top there.
Yes.
Is it now that the police and soldiers are not training? Or what is it? Why they are so aggressive against ordinary people? It's them that they don't know the law anymore. It's alleged that police officers now are training for 3 months. Can 3 months physically train them and train them about the law and the constitution of people, right?
No.
Is it that if you own a person that is allegedly did have a gun, you know, see him with it, and even if you see him with it, is it give you that right to beat him, kick him, angle him that way in front of crowd, everybody in front of his mother?
Yes.
Imagine as a mother, the time and see somebody have brutally beat your baby. You think that easy if you say, I watch a video and I tell you, if it was my child, and worse, we understand that he's innocent. That soldier boy would have shoot me. While I have 16 gun for me, still shoot me. Come here, jump on me, picnic. And when these things happen, you know, hear nothing about it. None of them not come out and condemn it and say, well, them are going to charge them. And them will take care of the individual or nothing. You just grow now how you don't talk about. But as Buster Man, he said, we can't hold a street police station to go a book cemetery. Chan come back and say, when you catch them, deal with them, because we don't have resource hospital fee to look about them. What else? Prime Minister said, Radam. And look what criminal they have around here and Radam them. 6 person name, say them are illicit enrichment. And up till now, you can't call the name of them. Who them? And you want people to go back and vote for them.
But sister, let us think about that. Why you think the 6 names cannot be called? And who you think would be amongst the 6? Why it is so protected?
My opinion, Ima 1,
Aye.
Wiper 2,
Aye.
Legend Cracker 3.
Aye.
My opinion, that are 3. And me put out Chucka 1. Me feel say me night too. Bobby Montague, Darren Valls, Robert. I want 6. Well, probably I can't 6 first. And I want them to serve. I want Jamaican people.
Yeah.
Serve the cabinet on 2 sides. 2 sides of cabinet them. Don't know their names. Search them, look for them. And look at their name. If you see corruption on their name. There was a man down somewhere, been enough down the country, I'm not quite remember, who was a run for the PMP.
Okay.
And he called them, they got call me here, and him allegedly sex of a pitney. Immediately, man, you can't come and not in my cabinet. And he get rid of him. And move on. And look where them are doing like Labour Party, and nobody now come out. So you know what happened? You are secret for me are secret for you. And anything we say that you have to work because we have hell but loose. So Andrew Wallace now not talking in party. It means just a clappy. No matter the ministry them and the minister and the people them a cry out that this now work. You know, shuffle nobody. You come like a tree card man with chop there. Instead of shuffle you chop your hands at the deck.
Well, they have secret for him. They have secret for him. So him can't
Yes,
talk.
look at Roy Reid. Mr. Roy Reid is an honorable man. And Franny get entangled with Andrew Hollis in the Ministry of Education. In God go see my thief too. So I said, then if you are a thief, I mean, I have to try something too. And see there, in name tarnish forever. Everybody will grow on him, even people in the media. Even people, because this woman went and told us that the little boy, a young man up at UB. I was a little boy. A young man say, him don't know him boundary. What kind of boundary? What kind of boundary if you ask the question? He never disrespect him. He asked him question. Barbara Bludan, may your soul rest in peace and may light perpetual shine by you. We want people like Barbara Bludan them. When them ask anybody, we not care who you be. We are asking the hard question. We need answers that the public can hear. Now these media houses tie up and wrap up on the Andrew. You can't ask no question. Now you are me Francis. And now you are me Francis. Tomorrow I'm going to tell you. If you have picnic, the things, the insult, when you insult the woman picnic up you way, it will fall back on you and them.
All right.
Because the young man never said nothing bad. The young man said, I ask the question and you go ask him if him don't know a boundary. When Andrew is go and tell it, he do it like everybody else. It is only privileged to be a prime minister because he only have one prime minister at that time. He is a human being. And one thing I tell him not disrespectful word, I can't tell him disrespectful word. You're not threatening him, say you're going to hurt him also. You're free for that. So no one take away with democratic and we're going to fight with blood, with the last blood in our body feet in our work. So she a protein kill him man over Russia there. She kill him.
All right.
Well, with that, somebody is one talk. So
all right.
Later.
Yeah, man, wonderful. It's always a a pleasure to have you call in. Right. Words of wisdom. Right. And we love to listen to you as well. So take care. Have a wonderful weekend, my sister. All right.
Yeah,
bless up yourself.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Full of history.
And now, yes, my people, the document that I was searching for, I found it. So I want to just give I just want to give people a background of this document. This person attained his PhD, right, and studied the politics of Jamaica and make some surprising revelation. But it is not really surprising because this is something that we have known, right? And it has been recorded not only by him, but I want to also share, right, his views. So without any further ado, right, this is going to be the last document that I'm presenting, right? And I want to share it so people have a background as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party and the cruelty of what had done in the 70s. And when you do your research, you will realize that whenever the Jamaica Labour Party in power, right, our treasury suffers. And I'm not talking because, okay, I'm a PNP. What people need to understand with Mystic Sensation, you understand, defends democratic socialism, right? And PNP is a vehicle for democratic socialism. Difference between democratic socialism and capitalism, right? It is night and day, right? Capitalism deals with the elites of society, right? And further enrich themselves. And they believe in trickle-down politics, that the few, the elites, have to be rich, and then, benefits will drain down from them to the common people. No, democratic socialism deals with giving all opportunity, right? So that everyone can have the opportunity, you understand, to be a stakeholder in the economy, And that's why Michael Manley deals with the wealth redistribution in the 70s. But since I found the document, I am going to make you read it for yourself. And, I hope that, a lot of Jamaicans, right, have an awareness as it relates to this rich piece of history that we need to know. So I have the document, right, and I'm going to put it up and we are going to read it together. All right, so let us read from here. Empire and depth in the making of Jamaica. So people, I want you to tune in and listen, right? Jamaica's encounter with the PRC long predates the founding of the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative that China created in 2013. In 1972, Jamaica was among the first groups of countries in the English-speaking Caribbean to establish diplomatic relations with China. The first Chinese diplomats on the island would have found a country still reeling from the legacies of colonialism, with British rule only having ended in 1962. Over 400 years of genocide, slavery, and plunder by European empires, first under the Spanish and then the British, left the country underdeveloped and dealing with immense socio-cultural traumas. A rigid and racialized class system persisted after British rule, and what infrastructural capacity the country had was geared towards facilitating resource extraction. The main exports being sugar throughout most of the colonial era and bauxite upon independence. Furthermore, Jamaica in the 1970s was a nation, and I want you to particularly pay attention from here on. Let me read over that. Furthermore, Jamaica in the 1970s was a nation rapidly descending into mass violence and chaos as the United States further entrenched its role as the regional henchman, taking over from the defunct British Empire. And this is why I said I don't like capitalism. A self-described, this is Michael Manley now that they are talking. So listen, people, what happened? A self-described democratic socialist Jamaican government, upon introducing much needed wealth redistribution and social welfare programs, face a violent backlash from the right-wing forces in the form of gang warfare allegedly fueled by the CIA. You understand? Orchestrated by Edward Philip George Siaga. Tit-for-tat street battles and exodus of professionals and skilled workers and rising import prices due to the 1970s oil crisis paved the way for the unsustainable debt for which Jamaica would become famous in the 1980s and 90s and into the 21st century. It is beyond the scope of this article to detail the political economic dynamics and immense social impact of debt in Jamaica over the last 40 years. Suffice it to say that the island became a byword for structural adjustment during this period. With every new loan from the World Bank or default and payments thereof coming with International Monetary Fund mandated austerity. Austerity measures simply means, right, you have to making sure that you're paying the expenses and making sure some deep austerity measures as it relates to the government cutting all those programs that could, fund Jamaicans, right? So you have to stay on certain discipline, very disciplined, dealing with the IMF. Health and education were notable casualties for the socio-economic assault. So people listen. Now, when people believe that, okay, the IMF, right, the World Bank, right, and people wondering why Jamaica moved towards China, people need to understand certain things as it relates to why Jamaica, you understand, begin to take loan from China. Because when they take loans from the IMF and the Monetary Fund, those come with austerity measures. The health and education were notable casualties for this socio-economic assault by the IMF and the World Bank. By the start of my field research, Jamaican child mortality had almost doubled over the span of a single decade, while completion of primary school dropped from 97% to 73% in the same period. This despite the fact that Jamaica had already repaid more money than it had been lent, when continuing debt servicing accounted for a 106% debt to GDP ratio, according to the latest World Bank figures. This is only a small snapshot of the catastrophic outcomes of debt wheel as a tool of neocolonialism. So take that document away. Let me express certain things right now. Take that document away. One of the reasons why I expound on this document. Last Saturday, Rattigan hosted his program, and they were talking about the geopolitics and China input in Jamaica. And some narrative was saying that China input in Jamaica was the interest of China taking over Jamaica. And that's why I bring forward that document to show you something. Now, as it relates to Jamaica dealing with the IMF, right, before China, and the austerity measures that pass on to Jamaica, that affect Jamaica education system and health system. As it relates to China, when Jamaica moved towards China, was to avoid the austerity. People need to understand that. Why the reason Jamaica moved to China? When Jamaica moved towards China, right, it was a good and prudent plan as it relates to whether you want to take loan from China or you want to take loan from the World Bank or the IMF. So then, let us speak, people, and speak true to terms. Now, when you take loan from China, right, you have the flexibility, right, where China don't have to dictate to you that you have to do this, you have to cut this, you have to do this, cut this program, do all of that, you understand, to pay me back, right? What China want, right, is for you to stay on physical discipline as it relates to the contractual agreement, right, and, pay back the loan. Now you have someone said that, okay, all right, China's system is wicked because China loaned Jamaica loans that expand for 50 years. Why was that happen? People, why did that happen? Let me explain to you in simple dollar figure. Right? If you come to me and you borrow $100, and I said that, okay, all right, you can pay me back in 2 weeks or fortnightly. And so then you have to pay me $50 in a week one and $50 in a week two. I'm just using small money so you understand the reason why Jamaica utilized the 50 years just for better understanding. And so then, what if when you get paid, you get $120 as it relates to our budget and what we have to spend? So then you get paid for $120. But out of the $120 there, right? And you get paid fortnightly, right? You're going to have to pay $50 in a week one and $50 in a week two. Simple means you only have $20 left. It cannot manage your affairs. It cannot manage your affairs. So what good economic sense would say and suggest to you for you to, okay, all right, let us extend the time. So what if you extend the time to a month? Then you will realize that per week, now you pay about $25 and might be a little bit more interest. You understand, as it relates to interest. So you're paying less and you can sustain your debt burden. It's as simple as that. So when persons who are arguing geopolitics, right, and you don't understand the economics of the geopolitics, this is the reason why Jamaica utilized that 50 years. So then, the expense that Jamaica has to pay would now a less burden as it relates to inflation impacting on the people, where the people cannot manage it if it was automatically to take that loan for 30 years. Now, let me ask persons who are criticizing China in Jamaica, and let me ask this. For the years that we have dealt with the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, right? I want those critiques to tell me how many infrastructures that the IMF and the World Bank put in Jamaica. Number one, the highway and many other assistance that China had given us. So when people are saying that IMF, United States give us loan and certain things, right? And so then we are dissing United States. We are not dissing United States. But people don't realize that when you take money from these entities, it comes with austerity measures. So then if United States is going to give you certain donations and certain loans, might be one of the thing that you have to do as it relates to what happened to Andrew Holness, right, is a system where, of course, you have to be more understanding towards, right, the gay and lesbian community. I am not saying that people, right, must, you understand, have anything against gay and lesbian, because I don't, right? But I am telling you as it relates to certain things that when you take loans from these entities, right, it comes with some conditions. China creating the BRI. What people need to understand again, that when Portia Simpson moved towards China, right, as it relates to further development, as it relates to the highway, which is going to have future benefits for Jamaica. What the highway means, that the goods can leave from the manufacturer to the marketplace in a reasonable time. Now, the politics that played, where people may be affected as it relates to the route of the highway, and some persons who were on the original main road who were doing their business, they got left out. Now, that has to deal with Jamaica politics, not China. It is Jamaica government who need to say, okay, all right, since the highway took a different route, and simple means that their business becomes non-existent because the highway might be is going to be the main route of travel, and so then those businesses are going to collapse. What the government needs to do is to incorporate those people in the highway, setting up stalls and setting up certain things. And so then those people now would transfer, would migrate their business now to the highway level. So it's the Jamaican politics has to deal with that. Has to recognize that, okay, the highway, the route of the highway, right, caused some default where, you understand, some people who are hustling their business left out. How can we facilitate those business? Now, but you must understand that if the highway mostly used, right, as it relates to the goods leaving, right, the place of manufacturing, the point of manufacturing to the market as an early time, as it relates to you traveling from Kingston to Montego Bay, when it was 3.5 hours to do that, you are now doing it in 1.5 hours. So what I am saying all of this to say that when people scared and have the narrative out there that China is taking over Jamaica, how China is taking over Jamaica? How China is taking over Jamaica? Number one, what people don't understand, majority of the Caribbean countries from China. Trinidad and Tobago borrow from China. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me get the clip to show people. Majority of the Caribbean countries borrowed from China. So let me ask the question. Is China going to take over the other Caribbean countries? Neo-colonialists who are criticizing China, Belt and Road Initiative, like apparently most of the critiques coming from United States. United States itself owed China billions of dollars. United States itself owes China billions of dollars. So let me ask a question. Is China going to take over United States? Is China going to take over United States? Now, remember, the Jamaica Labour Party, they deal with China because obviously it's a prudent move to make. The People's National Party deal with China because obviously it's a prudent move to make as it relates to future development. Now let us ask a question. I'm going to ask a question. I'm not being biased. You have a lot of Jamaican men and women who have millions of dollars that could start up certain business in Jamaica. Are we seeing that? Are they doing that? No. They can do that. What is stopping them? For those Jamaican persons who reached multi-millionaire, right? And can take on projects as it relates to employment and deal with business. Why are they not pursuing that? Right? So what is the government need to get up and force them and say, okay, all right, you need to invest? And so then you have Chinese come in, right? Chinese into the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, Cayman, right? All over in the Caribbean, right? So are those people, and those people borrow even more than what Jamaica borrow. When you do the research, right? Yes, Jamaica borrow a lot of money from China, but you have Caribbean countries, you have countries in the Caribbean that borrow more money. Right? Ian Crooks owes China trillions, yet China is one of the biggest buyers of the empire's treasury bonds. Exactly. So then, I mean, what is it? All what Jamaica needs to do, and that is one of the reasons why we are hitting against Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to corruption. What we need to do is to stay on fiscal discipline. Right? But when you see Andrew Holness, Jamaica Labour Party government continue to borrow money, that is not staying on fiscal discipline. The country need to produce. And so then the government, right, need to have that innovative thinking as it relates to having, right, certain production so that we can do more exportation than importation. Because the real problem that Jamaica has is the problem of production. The genuine problem that Jamaica has is a problem of production. Because we cannot continue, right, to take ourselves out of debt by overtaxing the Jamaican people. It must not happen. And so then we have to find ways and means, right, to create programs to do that, right, to make sure that we are getting on the creative end so that we export more than we import. And that is where our problem lies, as opposed of us looking at China, right, and blaming China. Now, what if China did not give us the loan? Right? It just, people just making it seem as if it is China who come to Jamaica and said, hey, Jamaica, you need to pay my loan, and then pressure in Jamaica. No. It's a rational, right, agreement between two countries. Right? And on the layman term, just imagine now if you go to somebody home and then you borrow the person money and then you go behind the person back, they talk up all sorts of things negative about the person, that the person want to come blah blah blah. And remember, you know, it's not the person that come to you, you know. It is you who go to the person. So while we have this dialogue, right, we have to understand as it relates to why Jamaica moved towards China. And people must be aware that both political parties agreed to move towards China. And if you ask me, right, I also agree as it relates to Chinese development. Because what we need to do, go to United States, go to IMF, go to World Bank, you understand, and borrow more money and face more austerity measures. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. So people need to be prudent. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, right, we need to think, right, in a very prudent way, right, when we speak. Right? So, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party going to China and both the People's National Party going to China, Mystic Sensation see nothing wrong with that. All right? And that's good economic sense, right? To go to an entity where you have more flexibility as it relates to the loans. All right, Freedom, I don't think Freedom, I don't think we need to hug up any country. If we are not doing for ourselves, we will continue to be a needy country. Exactly, Freedom. Want to hear what Freedom says? I don't think we need to hug up any country. If we are not doing for ourselves, we will continue to be a needy country. So at the end of the day, what we need to target, you understand, is how we are going to become more productive. Right? Remember, you know, 100 years ago, China wasn't that powerful. China wasn't that powerful. But China government put their ideas together. Right? And they work. You understand? Now look at Singapore. Right? 10 years ago, Singapore wasn't that powerful. Singapore that we are talking about was once corrupted, just like how Jamaica is corrupt. But their government put things together, put policies together, and get creative, get productive. This is what we want from Jamaica, and that is one of the reasons why We are eating out on the Andrew Holness-led government as it relates to corruption because corruption is damaging us. Right? Just imagine if the country wasn't corrupt, that corrupt. We'll be able to managing our loans in a very effective way. But corruption is what holding us back. Corruption is what holding us back. And that's why we have to stamp out Andrew Holness-led government. Right? If Andrew Holness did not realize, if JLP did not realize that, okay, going towards China, right, was the wise thing, they wouldn't have gone there. Right? America does billions in business with China. Exactly. So why are people criticizing, you understand, Jamaica doing business with China? United States, you understand? China is one of United States' main trading partners. Right? Many countries in the Caribbean, right, trade with China. So what is wrong with Jamaica trading with China? So China just only have them eyes on Jamaica and for what? You hear some narrative out there that China wants to have a geographical location that if war to break out, they can attack from the Caribbean. That is madness, my friend. What is madness, my friend? You think United States would allow that? Think out of your head. Right? And so then, what we need to do as a nation is to get more productive. The issue at hand is productivity. That's what we need. To produce more so that we can export more than all we import. Right? And so then we can come out of the negative balance of trade. Because we are in the negative. Billions of dollars in the negative. So then simply means that we are not producing as much. Since our balance of trade is in the negative. So people need to understand that. So it has nothing to do with China. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is my last few words. And I'm going to hand over to Wifey as it relates to Jeopardy. I want to say a big thanks to you all to listen to Mystic Sensation. All right.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate everyone's continued support and contribution to the discussion in the chat. Thank you, Baron, for another insightful and educational discussion. Really appreciate all the work that you've put into
both of us put into
getting it together. Okay, guys, so not gonna delay. We're gonna go into Jeopardy, and thank you so much to the caller who called in earlier. She's very knowledgeable about our history, what happened before in the 70s and 80s, and stuff. Someone was suggesting that we should have persons like that come on and just educate, enlighten people about what happened. Because a lot of the young people don't really know this history. So that's why we are in the predicament that we are in right now, because a lot of the older folks, PNP, who know the history of the GLP did not go out to vote because of the COVID scare. And it was most of the younger people who did not understand why the older people was keeping the Jamaica Labour Party at bay for so long. This is the reason why. Cynthia is saying thanks for another informative session. Earl is also saying great program and blessings. Carl is saying yes, because we have farmlands and we have the climate. All right. So I am just going to start off the Jeopardy. Let me just get into it here. So we are playing for credit. Oh my goodness, what am I spelling? We are going to be playing for credit, and it's $1,000 Jamaican to the person with the most points. And we have 4 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. The questions are going to be in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a thing or place, then it is what is. If it's the name of a person, then it is who is, and then the answer. Welcome back to the Thompsons. Thank you so much for joining in. When we can play for money give us sometimes. You just not there when the money is flowing, Charlie. How are you? Happy New Year, Charlie.
Is that Charlie?
Yes, the Charlie Pin. Thank you so much for tuning in. And you know I'm running with style already. To laugh when I'm running. Anyway, so let me share the screen with you. Okay. Try not to put the wrong thing there. Right, let me just get rid of the logo so you can see all the categories. Okay, so tonight we have sports and entertainment, scrambled words, antonyms, religious education, and name the movie. So as usual, gonna start with someone throwing out a category and for how many points. And the first one I see is the one that we're gonna start with. Okay, Freedom is saying great program. Continue to inform the nation. Thank you so
Bless
much.
up, Freedom.
Freedom. Barbara saying blessings, Mystic. Thanks for another enlightening Friday. Thank you so much.
Yes, blessings, Barbara.
Okay, and David is in the building. No maths, Charlie. You don't have to run to the bathroom this time. No maths. So Charlie, David is saying antonyms for 300. So let's go because time is going. So antonyms for 300. So you know antonyms means opposite. So you're gonna give me the opposite of the word predecessor. So the opposite of the word predecessor. And everyone is welcome to join in. Okay, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm not going to delay. Daniel. Is it? That's Daniel. No, I didn't. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is successor, so over 300 points. Successor is the answer there. So let's see who came in with the correct response. I only see one here so far. So David for 300 points. What is success? Them 4 running, man. So David is saying antonyms for 400.
So who won the first one?
David.
How much points?
300. Oops. Did I? Hold on. I entered that one twice. Hold on. Okay. Sorry guys, like I entered that twice. So it is what is the opposite of poison? This is supposed to be poison. So I'm just gonna leave it. So what is the opposite of poison? Sorry about that. What is the opposite of poison? Welcome, Sonia. Happy Friday. Ignore the word, ignore the word predecessor here and just think poison. Sorry. I'm gonna bother with you tonight, Charlie Pin. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So sorry about that, guys. Okay, double enter it. So it is, what is antidote, cure, or remedy? I'll have to correct that on the template when we're done. So it is what is the opposite of poison, and it is antidote, cure, or remedy. Any of those words will do. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is David, and that is for 400 points. Then Daniel, welcome, welcome, Andrew. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Donmel, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you. Okay, then antonyms for 500.
We'll get the next one.
Daniel.
Much points?
400. Knowledge. What is the opposite of knowledge? So opposite of knowledge.
400, I said?
Yeah. Opposite of knowledge. The opposite. Remember, it's opposite, and you have to put what is before the answer. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is ignorance, illiteracy, or unawareness. Any of those words will work. Ignorance, illiteracy, or unawareness, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Sonia. Sonia for 500 points. Then David. Charlie.
Sonia for 500 points on it.
Now, Sonia came in before you, David. Got your answer in before you.
And so the score as it is, David on 300 points, Daniel 400 points, and Sonia on 500 points.
Oh, it's David who got the 400 points for the antidote question. 400 for David.
And
Not Daniel's. 400, yes. So put the 400 under the 300. Sorry about that.
400 for who?
For David.
So Daniel got much?
Nothing. Daniel, it wasn't Daniel who answered it. It was David.
Okay. So Daniel doesn't have anything on the board then, right?
No.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 500 points, David on 400 points.
Okay, so Sonia said antonyms for 200. Counterfeit. What is the opposite for counterfeit? Counterfeit, opposite. You're welcome, David. You better pick one.
No, do we not hear?
Opposite of counterfeit. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. What is genuine or original? So opposite of counterfeit is genuine or original, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, for 200 points, what is genuine? Then, legitimate could have, maybe. Then Donmel, Sonia, David, really, and that could work too. Netball, welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you so much for still being here. We were here earlier. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Andrew?
Much Andrew get?
200. So antonyms for 100. Opposite of arrival. Opposite of arrival. They be saying, hurry up before the big people them come.
What that David say?
He was here earlier. One of them was here earlier, David, your counterpart, but I guess he was slipping in a little bit. He will slip back in. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is departure. So if you don't arrive, you depart. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those points. Let me just refresh and see who came in first with the correct response. David for 100 points. Then Andrew. Sonia. Okay, David corrected the spelling. Then Don Mel. Oh. May I tell you? Okay, try to put departed. All right. Oh, you're talking. Okay, it's dealing with some stuff. Okay. Netball also got departure, but needed to put what is. Okay, so choose the next question, and for how many points, or the next category. All right, scramble for 500, says David. Aiming big. All right, so put those letters into a word. So unscramble that word. And that is for 500 points. Unscramble the word. Sure, Clevia, some people are go quick in them boot, right? So now them that try hurry up before no come.
Truck life come.
They say, but you know that truck life has been here. Maybe it was just delayed with something there, but you know, truck life always here. Just as a matter about them hurry up before the big people them come.
Yeah, boss them.
About truck, you know, so we can't keep nothing.
No secret.
Too long. Keep on for too long. Come like an old fridge. Magnet on my door. We're out. It's a rat today, no. All right. And I see the answer that I am looking for. All right. No delays. What is fluorescent? And that is for 500. So fluorescent. So 500. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck life on the board with 500. Then Daniel. Then Daniel.
500.
That's how the answers came in. So chocolate, choose the next category and for how many points.
So the score as it is, Andrew on 200 points. Sonia on 500 points. David 500 points. Truck Life 500 points. So many people on 500 points.
All right. So he's saying scrambled for 400. So we're keeping it scrambled. Unscramble that word. Unscramble that word. All right. It's 300 and 400 for David. Why are you ruining David points? David is supposed to be at 700.
You said 100. How 100 did I say?
Yeah, give me the thing that me keep score since I can play the game. Give me that me keep score.
700 I say in the point?
Yes, he's at 700. All right. Let me see. All right. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is philosophical. Philosophical, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who came in with those 400 points. Truck Life, 400 points. Then Sonia, and that's how the answers came in. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Truck Life. Oh, he's keeping it scrambled. Unscramble that word. Unscramble that word. At least he's not going to the bathroom this time, Andrew. When it's mad, him run to the bathroom. Charlie Pin. Andrew said Charlie come like a comedian. Daniel, you're missing a lot of letters in that one. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Renaissance, and that is for 300 points. Renaissance, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Truck Life, 300 points. Then Don Mill, Sonia. That's how the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points. Okay, then netball also came in with the Renaissance there. Okay. Unscramble those letters. Unscramble that word. Unscramble that word. Unscramble that word. Ropin Ricardo, welcome again. I'm not telling the same to Ropin. Running Ricardo. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is embarrassment. So embarrassment, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Embarrassment. Sonia, for 200 points. Then Ricardo, then Netball also came in with embarrassment. Nobody shouting any tone of words, no, Ricardo.
So the score as it is, Andrew on 200 points.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, sorry, Sonia missed one of the R's. It's 2 R's in embarrassment. Sorry, Sonia. So it's Ricardo that got the 200 points. Eh?
You know, say not the spellings.
It is unscramble the word, the letter, so it has to be correct.
So Sonia.
I want them to talk about look at my gosh. So it's Ricardo for 200 points. So Sonia is 1 R short. Sorry.
So Ricardo for 200 points?
Yeah. Yep, I checked it again, Ricardo. Hello. All right, so choose the next category. Yeah, tell Ricardo, real baga, not Ricardo David. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, finish that one. Okay. Unscramble that word. Unscramble those letters. I run in, I run out. Run in and run out. Well, as you come back quick, sir. I'm gonna have my glasses down here and everything. I look. Okay.
You want it?
No, it's all right. Manage until finish. So finished. I will go through quick. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm not going to delay. It's international and it's for 100 points. So, Ricardo, choose the next category. You know what? Let me refresh, although I know you came in with it first. So, international Ricardo, then David and Netball. So, Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points?
Much points Ricardo get?
100. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points?
So the score as it is, Andrew on 200 points, Ricardo 300 points, David, Sonia 500 points, David 700 points, and Truck Life 1200 points.
Where's Ricardo? Choose Ricardo. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't release the board. There you go. Religious knowledge for 300. Okay. In the gospel, according to John, this apostle doubted Jesus' resurrection until he saw Jesus with his own eyes. Name the apostle. In the gospel, according to John, this apostle doubted Jesus' resurrection until he saw Jesus with his own eyes. Name the apostle. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Thomas, hence the term doubtful Thomas. So that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And I make sure that I'm making a Sunday school teacher proud and nobody show his son just go to school for the suck and cheese trick on Sunday. So Ricardo for 300 points, then Danmel, Sonia, then Nedball, religious knowledge for 400. Finish this verse. In every battle, you will need faith as your dash to stop the fiery arrows aimed at you by Satan. Now, the clue is in the statement as to what to go to the dash. I read it again. Finish this verse. In every battle, you will need faith as your dash to stop the fiery arrows aimed at you by Satan, and it's a double point answer, so you get 800 points for that. So remember, the clue is in the statement, fiery arrows. So you know what you need to block those arrows. Curiosity, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. John, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. All right, remember you have to put what is before the answer. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a shield. In every battle, you will need faith as your shield to stop the fiery arrows. Remember, when arrows are flying, you use a shield to block it. Aimed at you by Satan, and that is for 800 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, then Sonia. I'll give the
What for that, Ricardo?
400 points. Ricardo, I'll give the chapter and the verse. Ephesians 6 verse 16. I have to look that up. Then John did not put what is then Nedball also came in with the correct response. It's for 800 points to Ricardo. And another 400 underneath that. 400, so it's double.
So score as it is, Andrew on 200 points, Tanya 500 points, David 700 points, Truck Life 1200 points, Ricardo 1400 points.
All right, so it's saying religious knowledge for 500. Number of books in the New Testament. Name the number of books in the New Testament. Name the number of books in the New Testament. The New Testament. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 27 books make up the New Testament. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Chuck Life said this only happens with Ricardo's point. So Ricardo for 500 points. Then curiosity, and that's how the answers came in. And Ricardo is saying religious knowledge for 200. So religious knowledge for 200. The first person to come upon the injured man in the parable of the Good Samaritan. The first person to come upon the injured man in the parable of the Good Samaritan. Who was the first person to come upon the injured man?
Shit happening now in some shops. We watch it.
The first person who came upon the injured man in the parable of the Good Samaritan. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is a priest, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Curiosity came, no, sorry, put what is instead of who is. Sorry, it's dealing with professional person, it has to be who is. Okay, Ricardo, Jewish priest, so that is for 200 points to Ricardo. So 200 points to Ricardo. Welcome, welcome, Dennis Way. Happy Friday and Happy New Year. Thank you so much for tuning in. So who nearly took away your points? All right, so John Mel also came in with the priest. Also Sonia. John also came in with the priest. Oh, Janet. Then and Nedball also came in with the priest. All right. So choose the next category and for how many points? Yes, quiz is going on. So it's finishing religious knowledge. So let's see. He received the 10 commandments from God on Mount Sinai. Everybody run out, skip out, jump out, roll out, but don't crawl because you're going to get left behind. He received the 10 commandments from God on Mount Sinai. Who received the 10 commandments?
St. James, right?
No, that was the one before him.
What? Where you know that?
Okay.
Where you know that? Hmm? Show me.
All right. Welcome, welcome, Lloyd. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know you guys have been in the background, but choosing to join in the quiz. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And the correct response is who is Moses? The tablets with the 10 commandments were then placed in the Ark of the Covenant for safekeeping. And that's just a footnote there. So it's who is Moses who received those 10 commandments. I used to go to 7th day. All right. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, who is Moses, then Andrew.
Much points, Ricardo.
100. Then Sonia, Don, Curiosity. Dennis, sorry, she didn't put sorry, who is. Then okay, Janet got but didn't put who is. And okay, she corrected that. Carlos Andrew come go up. Lloyd also came in with Moses, netball. And then late it was meeting in the okay. So Lloyd is saying there was a meeting in the parish of Portland. You know, it's tuning from Portland. Andrew said, Janet, come we go church hand in hand. All right, so choose the next category and for over the ports. True, Janet, church is the art, although sometimes the pastor, trust me. Welcome, welcome, Arlene. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so choose the next category, and Ricardo is saying exactly, Janet. You did already? Oh, sports for 100. I don't miss that. Sports and entertainment for 100. Okay, all right. Jamaica's first gold medalist. Name Jamaica's first ever gold medalist. Jamaica's first ever gold medalist. Oh, he said Damien was there and Damien spoke tonight.
Where?
Hold on. And he said there was another one in there's another one in the Spirit tomorrow with Mark. Mark Golden speaking tomorrow. The Spirit in Portland tonight. Damien Crawford spoke. Remember, for person, it is who is, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So no delays, and it is who is Sir Arthur Wint. So Arthur Wint is the first ever Jamaican gold medalist. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so it started there. Ricardo, Arthur Wint, then Dennis Way.
And that's 100 points, right?
Yeah. Then Don Mel also came in with Arthur Wint. Sonia also came but put what is. Hallelujah, Farina. Charlie, you're still within the Caribbean environs and you speak patois better than some of us who speak the patois. Although you're supposed to be speaking Dutch. So how you talk about your foreigner? Okay, saying sports for 200. Song The True Reflections was sung by which artist? Which artist sung the song True Reflections? Okay, let me refresh again and look on this dispute. Okay, forgot her name. Dennis, you're gonna see yourself first when you type and post it. So you have to refresh the chat to see the order in which it came in. Everybody who's putting in the answer is gonna see themselves first, but you have to refresh to see what order it fell in. So Ricardo actually got it before you, then Daniel posted his answer, and then you were after Daniel. All right, I see the answers that I am looking for. So it is who is Jacure. So Jacure sung the song.
Let me read this one.
So Jacure sung the song and it is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. Ricardo, who is Jacure?
Which point is that?
That is let me look on this again because I'm going to get 200 points. Then Ricardo, Dennis Way, Janet.
All right. And so score as it is Andrew on 200 points, Sonia 500 points, David 700 points, Truck Life 1200 points, Ricardo 2,500 points. But
Man, if it alone, Charlie. I don't know what I have to message her because she was here last week and she not come this week, so something must happen. Okay, so Ricardo was saying for 300. A Jamaican team first competed at the 1948 Olympic Games held in. Name the country in which the 1948 Olympic Games were held. A Jamaican team first competed at the 1948 Olympic Games held in which country? Then it's Andrew must change your name from now for now till after election. Let me say this is the country that. Oh, name the city in the country. Sorry, if you come with the country first, because I said that I will give it, but the city in the country. Sorry. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, and it is what is London, England. Sorry, so I said country first, but it should have been city. So what is London? So if you do have England, I will give it. If the person who first answered put England. So that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, started there. Ricardo, London. And that is for 300 points. 300 points for Ricardo, London. Then Andrew, okay, put London, England. Lloyd also put England. Sonia, Andrew corrected that. Oh, all right. So that's all the answers came in. Name the movie. That's all the category is saying. Hush, Janet. Janet said, boy, I'm not gonna make me dance tonight. Then drink some booster, boy. You call it your supplement boost job. All right. So, did he choose already? Oops, what am I doing? Oh, Arlene, how's your mom doing? Is she feeling any better? Should I check on your channel just to get an update? How is your mom doing, Arlene? Sports and entertainment for 400. Miss Louise Bennett was married to, name her husband. Miss Louise Bennett was married to, name the husband. Oh, shit. Yes, and I'm gonna put in a more problem, Janet. I'm gonna put in a whole heap more problem. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who it is or was Eric Winston Coverly. Who was Eric Winston Coverly? If you don't have the middle name, that's fine. Right, and that is for 400 points. But you must have one of the names.
The violence start.
So when this one sec, guys. Oh my goodness. That is so sad. Hold on. What did Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, Arlene. My condolences to you and the rest of the family.
What happened to Arlene?
Our mother was sick the last time I checked. It was I think during the week before I had on the channel, and she was not feeling well. She's been in the hospital for a while. She passed last Sunday. My condolences.
My condolences to Arlene.
So guys, Arlene's mother passed last Sunday. She's in the chat, so you can
send out your condolences.
Well, she's in a better place, so just pray that her soul rest in peace. So sorry to hear that, Arlene. All right. All right, we're just gonna have a minute of silence for Arlene's mom. Starting now. Okay. Right. So thank you guys for sending out the condolences to Arlene. It's not easy to lose a mom, so you know, It's really, really a sad situation, but she's been sick for a while, and as Arlene says, no more suffering, and she's in a better place. So may her soul rest in peace. May she sleep in peace. Lloyd is saying, my condolences to you and your family, Arlene. May God continue to watch over where you are nearest, in the blood of Jesus coming out of East Portland. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, let's see. That was for 400. Okay, so it starts here. Okay, Ricardo, it was Eric Coverly for 400 points. Then Truck Life mixed up there. Truck Life mixed up Coverly. I have to have a name because you have at least first or middle name because you have more Coverlys out there. Ricardo, then he put the full name. Sonny also came in with Eric Coverly, Don Mel, Dennis Way, but didn't put Eric Coverly. Lloyd, Ned, Lloyd corrected that. Okay. Right, and that's how the responses came in. All right, so Ricardo is saying 500. He's finishing sports and entertainment. Bob Marley's first song, and it's a double score answer. Name Bob Marley's first song. Bob Marley's first song. Bob Marley's first song. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Judge Not. So that's the first song that Bob Marley wrote, and that is for 500 points and then double the overall score. So let's see who came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, 500 points, and then double his overall score.
Wow.
And then Janet also got Judge Not. Lloyd. Ricardo, so I can't take the rest now, but trust me. In fingers nimble, in fingers can't go keep quiet. Ricardo, you watch the show.
So the score as it is, Andrew on 200 points, Stania 500 points, David 700 points, Truck Life 1,200 points, and Ricky Ricardo 7,400 points.
All right, so the last category that everybody avoided, like the plague or what you call it there, or the measles, chicken pox. Movies. So choose how many points for name the movie. Okay, same for 200. Name the movie. Name the movie. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Dirty Dancing. I know people go stand up because they say Patrick Swayze, but this is when he did Dirty Dancing, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life and Wayne. Yeah, but he didn't put what is. Janet. And yeah, Charlie says it's Dirty Dancing. So choose the next category. So Truck Life is saying for 100. Give me category for how many points. And I did not release the board. Hey, name the movie. Everybody run out. Name the movie. Yes, we're still here, David. All right, glad you finished work. Hope it wasn't too hectic for you. Hey, everybody run out on that one, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is the matrix, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops. Okay.
Big news.
Wow. Full time. It's been held accountable full time. All right. So, Nedball also came in with Dirty Dancing for that one. It came down a bit late. Truck Life, what is the matrix? And that is for 100 points. Then Wayne, but didn't put what is Janet, Lloyd, Ricardo. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, not Ricardo. Yeah, 100 points for Truck Life. And then Charlie. All right, so Truck Life is paying for 300. Name the movie. Name the movie. What is the last days of the world? Oh my goodness, I'm popping up.
Done for.
All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is from what is Lord of the Rings, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. David, 300 points. Then Truck Life. And Jimmy, know what you're watching. Then Charlie. Lloyd. All right, and that's all the answers that came in. All right, so how many points for the next one, David? Okay, Lloyd. I'll have to get your full information. Okay, saying for 400. All right, so name the movie. Name the movie from which this actor was in. Name that movie. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Gladiator, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Truck Life, 400, then David, Janet, and Lloyd also came in with Gladiator, and then we just have the one for 500 points. I meant touching. All right, so let's see the last one. Name the movie, and it's a double point answer. So anybody who gets this gets 1,000 points. So name the movie. Name the movie. It's a double point answer. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays and what is Dumb and Dumber, and that is for 1,000 points. So let's see who picked up those 1,000 points. This thing is, come on. All right. First on the board with the correct response is Andrew for 1,000 points. Then Truck Life, Janet, and may I tell you, Ricardo, you just missed it by the skin of your teeth. All right. Okay, thank you so much for that endorsement, Lloyd. Okay, so let me, okay, so you said it's digital. Let me, so you can send me your information on IG. Or what you can do, the number is, the WhatsApp number is streaming across the screen, so you can WhatsApp me. You can just WhatsApp me with your phone number and the provider. You said it's digital. So the phone number and the provider, as well as, why is this thing?
It's You finished?
Yeah. Right, foolishness. So man, one giving me problem here, so to freezing up on me. All right, so watch here. Yeah, this thing is the other this one works sometimes. Let me come off this. Okay, so Ricardo is saying send it to 303. All right, so Byron is tallying the scores. Me just go off and then oh my goodness.
So the score as it is, Sonia in number 5, 500 points. David, number 4, 1,000 points. Andrew, number 3, 1,200 points. Truck Life, number 2, 1,900 points. And Ricardo, 7,400 points.
All right, so Lloyd, you can either send it to me at my IG information, which is an underscore mystic 2, and then you can give me the number as well as the provider. I know you said, let me just put here just in case you forget you said, did you? All right. Welcome, welcome, Island sisters. Happy Saturday to you over there in Africa. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you tuning in. All right, so congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to everyone who made the board, and congratulations to everyone who participated in answering the question. As you know, it's a game of speed, the fingers, and your internet. Shannon said my finger was slow before and make turn into snail. All right. Okay, David says it's 408 Digi.
David 408 Digi?
Mm-hmm. Captain Lightfoot. I don't know that movie.
Captain Lightfoot.
So the last movie she saw was Captain Lightfoot when she was in high school. So like she watched television much. All right. Let's see. Okay, bye, Charlie. Until next time, have a great and wonderful weekend as well, and have a wonderful and productive week until you decide to grace us with your presence again. Was glad having you, or was nice having you. I just a chuckle if nobody chat because last week you write something when an alien nowhere in a space could have translate. Lord Jesus. Wait there. Wait there. It's what is not this. Oh, David, you're trying to take Ricardo's credit to talk about 303 digit for you. Oh my goodness. Oh yes, this Saturday for you. It's after midnight. Oh, she's 10:15 here. Just feeling the vibes. Okay, I'm having a drink, man. Just feeling the vibes. Yeah, you're the same thing. Can't drink at all. Most I can do is drink a cola or some light wine. But knock me over. Okay, Sonia saying thanks again for another wonderful evening, and thank you guys
Bless
for
him,
your
Sonia.
continued support, and thank you for making it a wonderful evening as well, because without you guys it would not be possible. So thank you. Really appreciate each and every one. Ricardo, that's the message. Empress. Oh, you sent it on the WhatsApp. Let me just check to make sure it's there. Okay, and it's digital. Okay, you didn't put the provider, but you had said in the chat. All right, and there's a note with it. All right. Received. Okay, received it. All right, guys. So yeah, we should message her because this is not like her two Fridays. So I need to figure out she's okay. Me I tell her check her cut me out. All right. So I don't know. Okay, no problem. As I said, just confirm receipt. So thank you. That is saying thanks for a wonderful evening. I enjoyed it, and big up you guys. Everything was great. See you guys. Okay, no problem, Janet. So I'm going to say, or we're going to say, good night. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend, and also have a wonderful and productive week to come. And remember, guys, who are eligible to vote, make sure you go out and vote, vote, vote. If your neighbor or whoever cannot go out, find some way to help them to go out. As long as they're willing and consent to it, help them. Each one help one, and because every vote counts at this point in time. All right. So I am going to say thank you again and safe travel on the gravel until next week. Bye. Thank you. Really appreciate the support. Love you all.